Yo, I love that beat. Welcome to Knicks at Night. I'm your co-host, Stephen Fox. Our host, our founder, and our leader, Uncle Freezy, will be here shortly. Wow, what a comeback victory for our Knicks tonight over the Jazz. A 112-100 victory, a 30-point turnaround after being down by 18 points in the second quarter. Randall had a monster game and was instrumental in starting the comeback in the third with 14 points. And then our new guy, Austin Rivers, took over the game in the fourth quarter, hitting 14 straight points, many as the shot clock was running out. The Knicks won their third straight, 5 out of 6, and they start the season at 5-3 for the first time in 8 years. This is a huge win. Utah's a really good team, a top 5 team in the West, and they were hungry after getting blown away by the Nets yesterday, but the Knicks fought back, and they defended our home court like old times. Great defense again, holding the Jazz to 100 points, 22 points off of turnovers. So we're going to go over the game. We'll recap the players' performance with the video panel and the live chat. Let me talk to my family right now. Hey, Robert Parr, salute. Oh, man. Dotto, how are you? I agree with you. Wow, we are rolling. What a victory. Colin Murray, Stoudemire, what's good? 0.5 as always. How are you? Salute to you. Good always talking to you. Teddy Flat, one of my favorites. Daryl Pemberton, one of our favorites, morning, noon, and night. Very generous guy. I hope all is well. Cry Me a River. Quiet Money, my brother. I hope all is well. The guy, I wish he could pick my lottery tickets because he always knows what's going to happen. Robbie 24 Cano, Chris, Felipe 210. I can't do it like Freezy, but man, I am so jacked. Freezy, when you can, let our family in there. I just want to say, please remember to hit those likes, subscribe, and remind the bells so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night and Knicks Morning Drive broadcasts. And please share this link on your favorite social media platform so we can grow the Blarns Tears family. And thanks again for helping us get over 1,190 subscribers, the milestone. We're only a couple away from 1,200. So if you haven't subscribed, please do. 1,500, here we come, and we greatly appreciate it. So until the guys get in here tonight, so let's just go over some things. Burks was still out with his ankle. Obi, we saw him. He looks better. I saw him taking some shots in practice, so he's a lot better. Frank's still out with the knee, and Noel was out tonight. So I think DSJ was available, but obviously he didn't get called. Starting lineup tonight: Peyton the same. Peyton, R.J. Bullock, Randall, and Mitch. And the Jazz had Conley, Donovan, Gobert, Bogdanovich, and O'Neal. Hey, there's my guys. Kevin, good to see you. Missed you yesterday, my brother.
Yeah, I'm back at work again tonight, but no rest for the weary.
Yeah. Teddy, my man, how are you?
Oh, man, I had to come yesterday. It was a little slow. I said, you know what? I'm going to come on the next show. Make sure to bring some energy. Hey, great win. Great win. Good to see you guys.
One of these days, I'll get those keys and I'll let you in and I'll let everybody in. So you know that. I saw it. But wow, I didn't know this was going to happen. And I was like, oh, boy. I have great respect for Ghetto Intellect, who's on co-host with Freezy in the Morning Drive show. And he said the right thing that, hey, Utah is going to be a dangerous team after getting blown out like that. And they were going to come on strong. But and they did. In that first half, I was like, man, my Ghetto Intellect again is right on target. But wow, this team showed a lot. Latrell, my friend, how are you?
Latrell? Wonderful, man. How are my favorite people?
I think we're stunned. We're not used to this. We're doing well.
Stunned is a good word.
Yeah, we're like abused for after all these years.
That predicted this.
It's like you're just waiting for something to happen.
You predicted this. I got to give you love.
I'm a visionary, I guess.
Mr. Positivity, and I like it.
Someone has to be.
Exactly. So, and you're styling again. Second time this week I seen you in a suit, man. You're spoiling me.
This is what I wear at work. This is, to me, like, this is most of my wardrobe. It's suit and tie. So I'm at night working overnight, so it's like I'm not wearing a tie tonight.
Don't blame you. Don't blame me at all, man. So, fellas, you ready to rock and roll?
Let's get it.
So I do have a favor to ask you. Please help me out and check out the questions and the thoughts you see in the chat, so we can interact with them and make sure that our family is being part of this discussion. So we're going to kick it off with Elfrid Payton. The starting lineup again, just from a high level. He had 10 points, 4 assists, no rebounds, 1 steal, 1 turnover in the first half. But he finished the game with 22 points. Where did this guy come from? 22 points on 10 for 15 shooting, 0 for 2 from 3. He made both foul shots, 2 for 2 from the line, 2 rebounds, 8 assists, 1 steal, no blocks, 1 turnover, which means not 1 turnover in the second half. And he played 42 minutes, and he was a plus 25. So I'll let Kevin get his call, and I'll start it with you, Latrell. What was your thoughts about Elfrid tonight?
Very good. Solid. I put it up there with the Pacers game. Maybe not as good stats-wise, but close. Probably I'd have to compare him. I haven't looked at the box score, but I just watching the game, when we were down big, he kind of kept us afloat at times in the game with just his little floaters and getting in the paint. Because our offense, we were doing nothing. We had nothing going, and he was able to generate stuff. So I give him credit, and I thought his defense was really good, especially in the second half. He was pickpocket. How many steals did he have?
Yeah, he had 1 steal tonight.
Yeah, 1 steal. I feel like he was in the passing lanes a lot and made good decisions on defense, and he got us out on the fast break a lot. And look, we rave about Mr. Quickly, but we got to give Payton credit. He deserved to finish the game the way he was playing. Tibbs goes with the hot hand, and at the end of the day, I salute that.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's all about matchups. So we didn't see our boy Quick in today, but I think he thought maybe that Conley's a little too savvy of a vet for him, and just went with his hunch. The kid didn't do anything wrong, but you went, and boy, was he right. Rivers and Payton, they had great nights tonight. So anything else, Latrell?
Just I think one thing with Payton we have to understand is, look, he's up and down, but the one thing I will say about him that I like is he competes defensively. Offensively, we understand the limitations. How many threes did he take tonight, Steve?
He took 2.
He took 2. Okay.
All right. Which is cool. Keeps him honest, you know. But 0 for 2.
He's now at least look. I can handle him. He's at least playing the right way. That's the one thing you could say about Elfrid Payton. You may not like it. You may not like it in the end, and you may get frustrated game to game. But at least he's getting into the paint. He's trying to make things happen. Who finishes the game is all who's playing the best in that game. Tonight it was Elfrid Payton. The other night it was Quickly. So we just got to go with it. But he's going to continue to start, and we have to support him. He's on our team, so I appreciate what he did, and I'm gonna call it like I see it.
Yep, I'm gonna kick it over to my man Teddy. Teddy, what's your thoughts on Elfrid tonight?
You know what, man? The more and more Elfrid plays, the more and more I'm thinking he got a chip on his shoulder for getting his pay cut. And the
hate in the press and everything.
You could tell he was like, no comment. You could tell starting to like, you know what? Like, they were sleeping on me. I got something to prove. And he's bringing it. He's taking it to the cup. He's making these defenses be honest. And what I like the most is when his 3-point shot isn't on, he isn't trying to force it. Like, all right. Like I tried it a couple times. If it falls, I'll keep shooting it. But if it's not, I'm going back to doing what I do best. And his little floater game, is actually pretty nice. He got that down pat. And his defense, he keeps point guards honest. He was if you watch that game, he was talking to Donovan a lot that game. You know what I mean? He had the cleanest strip I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Oh my God. Donovan's like, nobody does that to me. You know who I am? I'm Donovan Mitchell. You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, it was so clean. But I got to give it to Elfrid. He's looking like a veteran who's got experience out here, and his starting position is his. Yeah. He keeps. You know what it is? I like him starting at the game to get these point guards a little tired because he's gonna make them work. Taking it to my boy.
The Smokies home.
Rob.
I'm gonna start playing Disco Inferno every time he lights that up because he smokes Inferno cigars.
He about to have me
This
open up
one
a
is
beer.
a Rocky Patel. I had to go in the stash for this one.
So yeah, Teddy, I was like, whoa. And anytime you hold Donovan to 18 points, and I know it was a game after back-to-back games, but he's an elite player, but also one of the things that Elford talked about was, and the Tibbs loves this, physicality. They were playing physical, and I think it wore them down in the fourth quarter. I think we have an elite conditioned team.
And you know what? I'm glad you're saying that, Steve. I think Alfred. I think sometimes I look at Alfred. Alfred's not a small point guard. He's, what I mean. He's not easy to control when he goes to the basket either. Like you got to at least.
How tall is he? 6'5", 6'4"?
No, I think he's 6'3".
I think it's a legit. I'm talking about stocky though. He's a stocky point guard for real.
Yeah, but you know what? It's weird. At one point, I saw Austin, right, and they were talking Austin and Peyton was taller than him, and I was surprised.
Huh.
So all these guys, but yeah, man, woo! Our boys are playing defense, and they're playing good ball movement and good spacing, and can't ask for. Yeah,
I'm gonna say one more thing about the teams that are good guy teams. Ron lit up his cigar. I want to bring this up. I had a conversation with one of my friends about this. You're allowed to smoke marijuana now. They don't test for marijuana, and it don't look like the people on a team actually parties. You know what I mean? Like they look like they go home and come to work type. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like
Obi, Quick. Also I think they're really religious, so I don't know. It doesn't seem like, because I think they asked Obi in preseason, like, you're in New York, it does, the after hour clubs and stuff like that. And he looked at him like, you're talking to the wrong guy. That ain't my scene.
Yeah. So, I mean, give it up to the top to bottom for choosing the players they want on this team.
Yeah.
A lot of family oriented guys and guys who come to work and go home.
And they're married. They're married to basketball, and that's what you want.
Yeah. But let's get back to Alfred. Alfred is a hell. You know what? He's growing on me because he plays hard. He really does play hard. He cares. You can tell he cares. And what's happening in the news is getting to him, because these points he's putting up is not what we're used to. Like, where's all these points coming from?
One turnover in the game and none in the second half, and that's not a Peyton. So I don't know what Tibbs' magic sauce is, but keep taking it. Everyone's doing their job, next man up, and I love the way this team is looking.
Absolutely.
So good to have you today. I missed you, man.
I missed you too, Steve. It's good to be back.
Hey,
you could have used me yesterday. I ain't go.
You telling me I'm like freezy little bit, please little bit.
Yeah.
So, Kevin, are you cool, or are you having some business?
No.
I didn't. Hey, business before pleasure. So, what was your thoughts on Peyton tonight?
It's hard for me. I don't. Alfred played good. It hurts me to my soul to admit that he had a good game. He found my boy actually on a fast break. I was surprised he actually passed it to him. But I was
like, pass too. If you seen it,
wow.
You watched that slow mo. I was like, oh, like he had the defender going the opposite way. Like, oh, he
did look him off. He looked him off, and I was like, oh, that's one of them quarterback kind of passes right there, because he looked him off. He looked to the left, and then kind of looked and then passes to the right. Because I thought, knowing Alfred, I thought he was really gonna make a dumb pass and not pass to Kevin not wide open. But I was like, oh, okay, maybe it's the start of something new.
Hey, your ears must have been ringing, because I screamed out. Your boy didn't have much on the offensive side, but his block and that block and save on Conley led to the Peyton basket and the Knicks' first lead at 76-75. So for the second game in a row, he made a play that really started us really going.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm happy with the way Overpay played. As we all know, it's going to be ups and downs with him. It's just, I said this the other night. I'm like, I'm pretty sure regardless of health, Elfrid Payton is going to remain the starter on this team. I know a lot of people were like, oh, start quickly. I was like, no, I'm pretty sure Tom Thibodeau's still going to go with Elfrid Payton as a starter. unless we make a drastic trade to bring in like an elite level point guard. That's who he's going with. Tonight was just it was a good matchup with him and Conley. So I'm happy with how he played tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to kick it to you, Mo, in a second. Let's first, Freezy, you're there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, how are you? Sometimes I see that. I don't know if you're bringing people in the chat or whatever. What'd you think of the game tonight? I'd love to get your insight.
Hey, man, I told y'all this morning, the Knicks are the best team in New York. I said that on the Knicks morning drive. I told y'all, man.
I said they had the best record, but I don't know about the best team after really
you'll see. Don't see. I see right now. You are going to be the one on the bandwagon that's in the standing room only section. You better get on this bandwagon while good seats are available, my friend.
No, I know.
I know that much.
Yeah, I know. I just think they're if we are the best team, then we're overachieving because they have a hell of a roster in Brooklyn, and versus you can't have Kyrie and KD and a few of the other guys on that team. They're very, that's elite talent. So
I just wanted to say something real quick. Hey, this kid Mo that keeps jumping in our chat, man, we need to keep him, Steve. We need to keep him, Foxy.
Yeah, I know, man. I see him in the morning, see him at night, morning, noon, and night. He's good in my book.
Yeah, we need to talk to Mo outside of this and see what's up. So
cool.
Man,
hey, Mo,
I love this.
I'm going to send you a message on the inside thing. You'll check it out later, okay?
Yeah. So, but anyway, in terms of the Knicks, man, I told y'all. Why I don't know why y'all don't listen to me. For an old man, I do get stuff right occasionally. You know what I'm saying? And this right here,
you're a young buck.
This right here is, I'm telling you, this is something special. Don't let PTSD from prior regimes ruin this moment. It's one of them. It's the situation where all the stuff that happened bad in the past kind of stops us from enjoying what's happening in the present.
Yeah.
Right. If you just look at things for what they are, this team is playing together, man. They play for each other. The assist totals are high. These cats are high-fiving each other. No one person is hogging all the shots.
Yeah, you see the energy on the bench cheering on their brothers on the court, man. They're jumping up, they're going crazy. I love it. And you know what, Freeze? Randall said something real deep in his press conference tonight. He said, you always think that you could win, but now we believe we can win, and that's deep, man.
Right.
That's a culture change by Tibbs and the coaches, man. Now that believing you win, that's taking it to another level.
Foxy, I'm telling you, get on this bandwagon right now.
Oh, I'm on the bandwagon. I'm just, you have that both sides of the brain. You have the intellect part, and then you have the other part, the artsy part. But so it's like, when you look at them one by one, collectively, they're a lot better than, when you go one by one. So Tibbs, you do, tip of the hat to you, man.
The thing is, you can be anchored in realism or you can be esoteric. Right? I'm saying if you're anchored in realism, you'll look at this thing, with a bird's eye view, like, oh my God, the last 20 years, the sky has been falling. We change coaches every year and a half. You could say all that stuff and think Tibbs is going to be fired in a year and a half or whatever it is. Or you can just, like that old Escape song, you can sit back, kick it, and enjoy the ride.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Or I thought you were going to say Tug McGraw, you got to believe.
yeah, man. Yeah, man. You got to, the thing is we don't always do it pretty and fancy, which is not always impressive. But at the same time, when you look at, man, look, we were down 15, 18, whatever we were to the
18.
Utah Jazz, right? We were down 18 to the Utah Jazz. Last year, you know what would have happened?
We would have lost by 18.
That lead would have grew to 27, and people would have been pointing the fingers at each other. This year, cats are going to each other like, "Hey, dog, I believe in you, man. Just stick to the plan. I believe in you." And so we go from down 18 to winning by 9 or 10 or whatever we won by. I mean,
10.
yeah. I mean, I need Knicks fans to step their energy levels up. Like, if you're in the virtual chat listening to this, you need to step your energy level up. You know what I'm saying? You need to stop being afraid. What are you afraid of? We should be afraid of nothing right now. We've already failed. You know what I'm saying? We've already failed for years. This right here, we're on the uptick. We've already hit rock bottom and bounced.
Actually, they
And
won
you
by
know
12.
y'all know what a bounce is, right?
Yep.
All a bounce is hitting the ground and going back up. That's all a bounce is. We need to get our energy levels up, man, and root for this team and speak positive stuff, man. Some positive vibes in the air. We 5-3. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah, first time in 8 years.
Hey, man,
Tough, man.
hey, this thing is special, bro.
I'm
Yep.
still scared. I'm still scared. We're playing well, but like I'm really scared still. But like I understand, like we need to be happy. We need to like embrace this moment. But like the PTSD is real. The laugh the laugh that we get from our friends is real when we get those great starts in the year, and then you know what? No, Alfred Payton played well today. Like that's all I got. That's what I got. Alfred Payton played well today. Julius Randle played well today. I'm happy we won. Let's go, man. Let's keep it going, man. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I'm going to kick it back to you, Mo, once Freezy for your thoughts on Peyton, but we want to take advantage of Freezy when we can.
Yeah, man. Hey, I'm trying to take advantage of this time with y'all, man. You know, I love kicking it, man. So the thing is, with Alfred Payton, I'm still
just again, Freeze 22 points, 8 assists, 1 turnover, 42 minutes plus 25.
Yeah,
Hey.
That's amazing, right?
Yeah, and 10 for 15 shooting.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
You know, if you were going to write down what type of production in a perfect world you want from a point guard, you write that, and then you'd say Alfred Payton did that.
Right. Hey man, the thing with Alfred Payton, man, is I don't know. I'm not gonna. Once, you know, before I used to say the only thing Alfred Payton can do is show me where Emmanuel Quickly is, right? but now I'm just gonna just be rock steady. Like, if I'm on this wave, this positive Knicks wave, I got to start to root for Alfred Payton.
And trust Tibbs' decisions.
Right. Because I used to be so. Last year I was so frustrated with him. I used to call him Jack from Blackish because he looks like Jack all grown up. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, this dude right here just frustrates me to no end. But I mean, now, man, we're in a great place, man. We're in a great, man. It's almost. And I know this is gonna sound corny, but this moment is almost too good to imagine. So we have a place that we can share, and you know, we can share, you know, how we feel. You know, Knicks fans have a place that they can, you know, come hang out, and then at the same time, as soon as we build it, the Knicks get good.
Yeah.
So now it's like we have a place that we can come kick it, and the Knicks are good. It's like too good to be true. But anyway, I'm gonna get off that, man, and let somebody else eat.
Hey, Freeze, you imagine Madison Square Garden if we had people in there tonight? That crowd would have went nuts with this comeback victory.
I was bring it up when we brought up Austin Rivers.
I know, man. Those 14 straight, man. Woo! So, all right.
When Austin Rivers hit that 3, oh my god, the top of the came.
Which one? He hit 100 of them.
The big one was when it was tied up. When it was tied up and Gobert was on him, I said, "Oh my, I can't believe he got it over him."
Yeah. He intimidated the hell out of a lot of guys tonight. So, okay, Mo, take it with Peyton. Your thoughts on Peyton?
I was just looking at his career stats. Like the guy is as average as you're gonna get. I mean, like most of his years, he averaged double-digit points. And like in terms of 3-point percentage, just nothing to write home about. this year he's averaging. Wait, why does it say? Okay. Yeah, well, yeah. This year he's averaging 42% from three, which is interesting.
That's only because the number of attempts.
Yeah, number of attempts. Yeah, man. Like, yo, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it. That's. I'm just gonna be happy with it. Like, what else am I gonna say? Like, what else can you say? Like, we don't like the way it's not aesthetically pleasing. I'd rather have Emmanuel Quickly there, but hey, let's take it. We're winning.
Yeah, well, Quick is in college, man, NBA college. So he's going to have some days where, his class is in session, and there's other days he's going to be in the study hall. And tonight was the study hall, watching the guys go, and it's a game about matchups. So, obviously Tibbs made the right decisions, and the kid didn't do anything wrong, which is, but he's a good student. So nothing but positive stuff. So I'm gonna kick it. Anything else, Mo?
No.
I'll kick it to the man, Mr. Inferno himself, Rob the Nick.
Oh, what's good? What's good?
You enjoying that stogie? I could tell.
Yeah, that's right. Yesterday before we even got off air, they asked me who was going to be my player of today's game. I said Peyton. And then I said Knox will contribute, and it happened that way. Peyton he did his thing. See, one thing with Peyton that he's showing this year than he did. Now he's a point guard for real, but what he was doing what he's doing now that he wasn't doing before. When he gets into that paint, he's looking to score.
Yeah.
And that's changing the defense. That's changing the way that he's perceived, because now he's going to put up. He's not dribbling in and coming back out when he doesn't see nothing, and it's changing what everybody else sees on the floor. And as long as he can play aggressive like that, because it's enough. Like what Randall doing the assist game like that, he doesn't have to worry about it. If he get that to the basket, he can put it in, and that's exactly what he's been doing, and it works for him. He only had I think he had about 2 assists.
He had he had 8 assists actually.
No, 8 assists. He had 2 rebounds?
He had 2 rebounds, is correct.
2 rebounds. Okay. So he can still distribute the ball while looking for a shot. He put up 15 shots. But long as they're inside and they're not jump shots or 3-pointers, he'll be just fine. Long as he goes in there looking for a shot, he's going to be fine. He'll be something that we can keep on the team. And with that being said, good game, Peyton. Keep up the good work.
Yep, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, some of you know him as Charles B. Some of you know him as Chuck. I know him as King Charles, the People's Champion. Take it away, Chuck.
I don't know who these people are, but
all of you. All right.
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
Okay, well, somebody just finished lying, and that was the guy next to me on the right. So here's the truth. Here is some.
Oh God, here we go.
You know I can hear you, right?
Oh really? Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, actually, the lie was about Knox. So
you know what? As much as we have been through as a country today, do we have to start this?
No. Okay.
Did something happen in the country? I don't watch news, so it's
just a little bit, just a little something.
Oh yeah, a little lot.
Other than this Knox slander we about to hear.
No. I ain't gonna say nothing else about Knox until it's his turn. But Peyton, we seen this. I think it was the last game, and he kept getting to the basket, but he was missing. Right? Was that the last game? He kept getting to the basket, and he was just missing the bunnies.
Yeah.
It was a repeat, but today he made
6 for 18.
Yeah, today he made those bunnies. And Peyton he's the only pure point guard on the team. Everybody else is combo.
Well said.
Thank you, sir. Others disagree, and they are wrong. He did a great job of controlling the offense, and
1 turnover for the whole game, and none in the second half.
Beautiful. And Randall needed that relief because everything usually go through him. So Peyton did a good job of running the team and getting his own. And I think he found Knox twice for those 2 dunks.
Yep.
But yeah, okay. So yeah, Peyton played a great game, and he was part of the reason why they didn't try to go back to Quickly after that 5 minutes, even though Quickly stunk it up in the 5 minutes he played. But Peyton was steady.
Cool. Hi, Joe. How are you? How's the family?
What's happening, Steve? What's happening, chat?
What's up, Joe?
Peyton, yeah, Peyton's balling. He's scoring. He's scoring first. He's playing well, so I think they're going to stick with him until numbers drop, which I think is the best idea. Keep Quickly off the bench. So yeah, Peyton's having. He's having a good run of games. He's scoring. The one thing I decline about him though is you can see every play now he keeps going to the right. Every play when he goes up the court, he goes to the right, he goes straight to Julius. But he needs to mix it up a little bit. But other than that, Peyton's doing well. And he was probably one of the reasons why we won tonight.
Yeah. I was looking at some stats today, and it's frightening. It's almost 43% that he passes to Randall. And as we've talked about it, it's a little over 1% that he passes to Knox. I don't know, Knox better get him a better Christmas present or something, but he monopolizes everything goes to Randall. So
You see, you got a super chat.
do we?
Yeah.
Let me
Just
see.
now.
I'm scrolling down. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Hey, one of our Quiet Money predicted Quick's big game last time. One of our family figured out Alfred Payton just needs to score. That's it. And great. Thank you again, Quiet Money, for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Yeah, last year he was second in the league getting to the rim behind Zion. RJ was third. But getting to the rim and finishing at the rim are 2 different things. And that's what we're hoping that, those floaters off the backboard. He had a beautiful reverse. He does things, that you're like, wow, where did that come from? And then on the simple things, like he missed a 2-footer. How do you miss that? So he's really a tough player to be a fan of. But as long as he's doing this and he's playing within the structure that Tibbs and the coaching staff put forth, hey man, I have no complaints here. So let me just do thanks for catching that. Let me just do a quick shout out to the chat. Marty, brother BKL Contreras, I hope all is well. The Public Enemy, Sima Singh is in the building. My Bronx brother Ismail Rivas, Naomi, Marty, Nick Yak, again, another guy that I'm always corresponding with. Robert Parr. I know who Theo Flat is. 0.5 again. Garrett Tiles, Kodak Vlogs, who's always in the morning. Our Future Gaming, another one, morning, noon, and night, supporting us, and it's greatly appreciated. And again, gang, we're a little over 1,190. We're a blink away from 1,200 subscribers. We're flying, so please hit those like, subscribe, and remind the bell so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night, Knicks Morning Drive broadcasts. And please share the link on your favorite social media platform so we can grow the Lawrence Tears family. And again, shout out to our mods, Sima Singh, Bodega Wi-Fi, and the new Knicks. Really appreciate all you do. Some of you got in a little late yesterday, and that was a tough chat. It was crazy people in that chat last night that Joe was get this guy out of here and all that stuff. So I had to get my shoes off to try to do everything.
That was great.
I completely missed the whole show last night.
Yeah, we missed you.
Yeah, the dude must have had like 7 or 8 accounts because you were blocking him. He was coming.
I know. I'm like, what is going on here? So I'm like.
And then, there was 3 or 4 of them in there, separate guys doing it. So I don't know.
I know one more.
They have none of their own podcasts.
I know, man. I was about to call my Uncle Vito in Brooklyn to take care of that dude, but lucky he left out. So I'm gonna kick it to you, Kevin. Kevin, hello. So we're gonna be talking about RJ. So RJ had an off night tonight. And I don't know if RJ was tired. I have noticed that RJ, whether it's Gobert or Favors, he loves going to the hole. And obviously his shot was not dropping tonight. and you can't go into the hole with those giant redwoods in there. And so he was having a tough one. So Kevin, I'm going to kick it to you in a sec. But RJ from a high level, first half, 1 point, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, 1 block, 2 turnovers, and he finished the night at 9 points, 4 for 14 shooting. Brick City was back, ladies and gentlemen, tonight. 0 for 3 from 3, 1 for 3 from the line, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, 3 steals, 1 block, 2 turnovers in 33 minutes. He was a plus 10. So, but my notes, the word brick is all over my notes tonight. Brick from 3, misses finger roll and paint. Mitch gets rebound. He gets blocked by Gobert. Brick's mid-range. Gets mid-range jumper block, loses ball for turnover, gets shot blocked by Favors, gets shot blocked by Favors again. And I wrote, you can't do what he's doing sometimes when he doesn't have elite athleticism or hops that, you can't be driving to the hole against. You're going to get that out of here, man. You did make a beautiful pass to Mitch for a jam. Another lazy pass for a turnover. Bricks another 3, misses a layup. So it wasn't one of his better outings, but I'll kick it to you for your thoughts. Kevin, take it on RJ tonight.
I'm a little torn. I'm not going to say that RJ got benched, and even though he played 33 minutes.
Yep, he played 33 minutes exactly.
I don't. Maybe he was, but I don't recall seeing him in the fourth quarter at all.
He got benched.
I don't want to be as harsh and say he got benched, but
it's true.
Rivers took that game over.
It's one of those things. I guess it's kind of like Elfrid Payton, where he's going.
I think they both went to the same shooting school.
So far, other than tonight, RJ has had bad shooting performances, but he's still been able to put up decent numbers. But tonight was you're kind of being a detriment to the team. You're having a Reggie Bullock type game, and
that's a great analogy.
And so it's best for you to sit. This is the one thing that got in my mind tonight. And even though we were winning, it was just there was only one Knick out there. And when I mean Knick, I mean one drafted player by the Knicks that was out there. And I felt some kind of way about that. We were winning, and I was happy that we were winning. But it's none of our drafted guys were out there at all. And I was a little torn because I was I'm happy. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy, but it's not us out there. It's, you know what I mean? It's kind of weird to explain. It's it's not.
Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah.
Of course, you would think it's weird, Chuck.
The Knicks. Who cares if they was drafted or not?
A lot of people care.
Well,
a lot. I mean, I know you don't, but a lot of people do. But but yeah, he didn't play well at all, and hopefully he'll have a bounce back game on Friday. So it's glad that he didn't play 40 some minutes. So I guess you want to look at it, he got some rest. Yeah. So that's what was needed, I guess. I look at it that way. Glass half full.
It's a scary statistic is that everyone talks about RJ and Randall basically being 1 and 2 for minutes per game. But who has the most minutes, 1 and 2 in the league for total minutes? Tatum and Jaylen Brown. They have even, if not minutes per game, but total minutes played. So the Knicks are not the only ones running their young guns hard. So they actually about 3 or 4 minutes have greater amount of minutes than our guys. So I guess it's something going around this year. So Teddy, take it on your thoughts on RJ tonight.
I mean, I knew it was going to be a bad game. We took his first shot, and basically he was wide open and clanked it off the side of the rim, barely touched the rim. I said, what the? So yeah. he was off from the jump for some reason. And 4 for 14, it looked worse than that. RJ, he's going to have good games. It seems like he's going to have more bad games than good games. seem like, this sophomore slump, he's gonna, I feel like he's gonna take his shots. I feel like he needs to that free throw jumpers just clean. He needs to just stick to free throws and pump faking more. I don't know why he don't pump fake more and then try to drive. He just catches it and drives,
and drives left every time.
Everybody knows he's gonna drive left. Yeah, but unfortunately, he ain't James Harden. Other than that, though, I think his defense wasn't bad. He's just young. You can just tell he's still immature with some of his shot selections. There was sometimes he'd catch the ball, he needed to pass it. He'd still try to take it to the cup. It's like he gets tunnel vision sometimes to that bucket. And there was a couple times where I seen Reggie Bullock wide open on top of the key. He even make the pass. Or you'll see somebody open and he won't make the pass, and he's gonna hit that layup. He's gonna try to hit that layup, and he got it blocked a couple times. And it's just a work in progress with him. I think Tibbs is gonna get him. I think Tibbs is gonna be yelling at RJ a lot this year during film study and during the game.
Yeah, but with all that study, as we talked about a lot in the past shows and stuff, that touch is something I think there's a lot of touch that comes from the Lord, meaning either you have it or you don't. You could take 1,000 shots, and you look at Quick, whether it's floaters or whatever, he just has touch. He's going to get friendly bounces. The ball, he just has a heavy hand. That ball, when it hits, it's bricks, man.
I just think it's more of a line. He just needs to shoot more threes in the gym, it seems like. I know what you're saying. It don't seem like he has bad touch. It's just off. Just completely off. Like, it's not even close sometimes. Like, it's back of the rim, back of the rim, back of the rim. That's more of a mechanical issue that could be fixed over time with practice. I don't think he has bad, because when the shots go in, it looks good. It just, when they miss, he clanks.
Yeah. The form is there, but the touch is not.
Yeah. He's going to be okay. I think it's good that he's not the main guy. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. But what we've seen, whether it's the Simmons game, etc., he has difficulty with length. That his game is going to the hole. That's where he shoots, and he's a matchup. He's a nightmare on some teams, but he becomes the nightmare when he's going against bigger guys because he can't, he has no mid-range. I don't think I'll go through the stats later, but I was looking him and Knox. I don't think Knox has taken a shot this year from 10 to 16 feet. These guys, it's either from 3 or from 3 feet. There's nothing in between, and that's what I miss in this game. You got to have a mid-range. So whether it's the RJ or whether it's Randall, I hope they take down the number of threes that they're shooting a touch to keep the teams honest. But that's not their strength, man. So, hey, let me kick it over to Mo. Mo, what you think about RJ tonight?
I love RJ, man. Like, I've always loved RJ, but these are the nights we're gonna have with a 20-year-old basketball player who's trying to be like, a lead wing for a good team.
Woo! Down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier.
Come in. Yeah. Honestly, what it was is so I came into the game late. I didn't watch the whole game. So I came into the game when he was like,
"Hey Mo, you're making a hell of a lot of noise, man. Could you just be steady and not move around?"
Skip me for now. I got some people coming in. So sorry, hold on. Yeah, could you just skip me 1 second?
All right, just go on mute then. Thanks. Rob, take it over, my friend. Your thoughts on RJ tonight?
Okay, RJ, it's the same. RJ has to shoot where he's comfortable shooting. RJ's problem that I see with him, he shoots all over the court, and he's not good all over the court. He's good in certain places, and he has to enforce his will on the defense to get to his spots. Not shoot because you're open, shoot when you're going to make it. RJ shoot from the left, the right, all over, drive, but he's good in certain areas of the floor, and RJ needs to recognize that. It's going to take time for him to do that, so until he recognizes it, it's going to be a problem. Because, like, for instance, Paul Pierce wasn't good all over the place, but he was also able to get to his spots where he's comfortable shooting at. And that's what RJ is going to take him time to figure that out and be comfortable getting there. And knowing that when he shoots from that position, either he's going to get a clean shot or he's going to get fouled. And right now, RJ hasn't figured that out. And until he figures it out, he's going to suffer like that. He's going to have games like that. But on the overall, he's going to have an averagely good games. He needs to recognize that and work in the areas where he's good at and perfect those areas, then move around. Right now, he's just all over the place shooting. And,
yeah. You know, if you I looked at his shot chart today.
It's all over the place.
Well, it's all over the place, but he only hits basically in the paint. It's just sporadic places. All, you know, he'll hit a 3 here and he hits over there, but it looks like 90% of his shots. If it's not in the paint, he's in trouble.
Good on the right side of the floor. He's good on the right side of the floor. Most of his shots, even his mid-range, he's better on the right side of the floor shooting than he is on the left side of the floor, unless he's going to the basket. It's just RJ. That's what it is right now.
Yeah. So let me kick it over to my friend Chuck. Chuck, what's your thoughts on RJ tonight?
Okay. I knew RJ was going to have a tough game because he struggled versus size. Utah is a big team. And I knew if he got in the paint versus whoever was guarding him, if he could bully his way there, Gobert would be waiting for him. And this is going to happen continuously when they play teams that have a big that could defend the rim, or the guy that's guarding him is as strong as him or as big as him. I keep repeating this. He rely on strength and bully ball. So if he can't bully you, he's going to struggle. They play OKC and Dirk. If Dirk, or however you pronounce his name, is guarding RJ, he's going to have another bad shooting game. So it's all based on the defense. It don't have nothing to do with where he's shooting from on the court, because, like you said, most of his shots are in the paint, and and all of his shots are contested in the paint. So it depends on the size of the person contesting the shot.
Yeah.
And that's what I got on RJ.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at so far this year. One sec, hold on. Let me just go down to an advanced shooting statistic. I wanted to share that he only has 1 and 1 this year. You know, so with all his physicality and everything, he only has 1 and 1. You should have at least 1 a game with his talents, or that, you know, that he lives in the paint. If you only have 1 and 1, man, you got to work on some other things. Yeah. And he's drawn 13 fouls so far this year shooting. So he drew 121 last year. So he's a rookie, second year and stuff like that. But that shooting's hurting. So, Joe, what you got for us on RJ tonight?
Yeah, the guy said it all. He's too left-hand dominant. When big guys are in the paint, he's going to struggle, like against Gobert. And these big guys, and most teams usually have a big that can defend. He just needs to take smarter shots. I see him just yet again. His first shot in the game was a 3. He needs to work his way in and try and get drop 1 or 2 buckets at the rim, and then work his way out and try and get confidence or get in the flow. But in most games, he's just throwing up mid-range or just throwing up threes. So he needs to be smarter with his shots. He's taking too many shots to begin with. Even he had 14 today, but still, if the shooting is off, try and do more playmaking. Everything was kind of off with him tonight.
Only 1 assist.
By looking at RJ, it's like, 1 assist. And by looking at RJ, I don't know if it's the minutes or something to do with it, because he's played 2 games back to like 40 minutes and he balled out. And then he usually has then 2 bad games, 2 good games, 2 bad games. So, and that's most of last year too. It's too good, too bad. So I don't know. He has to figure it out, and he hasn't been playing good at the Garden this year either. I think he picked it up on the road a little bit, but I don't know. He needs to figure it out, but I think he will.
Yeah. Isn't it strange to me, it's like without fans, how do you differentiate between that and the home? But yeah, I noticed the same about that. So I'm going to kick it. I don't know if you're still there, Kevin. I'll be kicking it to you in a sec on one of Kevin's favorite players, Reggie Bullock. But in the interim, I just wanted to say shout out to the chat. Trini in Harlem, salute to you. Thank you, as always, for your support. Thesis Thomas, Tomas Abreu, another Boston Terrier lover. Brooklyn Belly, Brian Batista, the real king. Benjamin, IQJ, 23 Blade, Joshua Martinez Sist, Roldy Lewis, Sean Price, Allah Wise, again, one of our regulars, morning, noon, and night. Andre Bryan, another. We're so blessed to have a family of people that support us in both the morning drive show and at night, and we greatly, greatly appreciate it. Russell McCall, RJ White 99, etc. So again, please just a reminder to hit the like, subscribe, and remind the bell so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night and Knicks Morning Drive broadcast. Thanks again for helping us blow through the 1190. I wish it was 1900, 1190. We're only a couple away from 1200 subscriber milestone. 1500, here we come. We greatly appreciate it. Again, a shout out to our mods, Sima Singh, Bodega Wi-Fi, the new Knicks. We appreciate all that you do. So if you're not there, I'll kick it over to Teddy. Teddy, Reggie Bullock tonight, first half, 2 points, 3 rebounds, no assists, no steals, no blocks, no turnovers, but he did finish the game with 12 points, 5 for 8 shooting, 2 for 3 from 3, didn't get to the line, 7 rebounds, no assists, 1 steals, no blocks, no turnovers in 30 minutes. He was a plus 13. What'd you think about Bullock tonight?
This game is what I expect from Reggie Bullock, honestly. A good role player who will hit his open shots. I felt like he played some good D when he was out there. I didn't realize sometimes how long he is until we sub him out for a smaller player. Like, he really gives some opposing opponents problems sometimes with his length on defense.
That's why Tibbs put him in at the last minute, last game, because he was much bigger than Quickly to put him on. I think it was Hoarder or one of the guys that are 6'6", 6'7", like that.
Right. And I felt he had some pivotal moments in that third quarter hitting his open shots. I got to give it to him. This was a great collective team win overall, in my opinion, for what we do have and us being unhealthy. Honestly, we're playing these guys a lot of minutes, and they're showing up. And this is what I expect from Reggie, though. 12-point game, hitting his open shots, don't make no turnovers, and keep the opposing team honest as far as being on the defensive side. So I think Reggie Bullock definitely played his role tonight.
Yeah, it's so hard when you watch him or Peyton because they're line drive shooters. When you see a guy with an arch, on a shot, you have the trajectory and stuff of it going in. When it's a line drive like that, you're like, is that going in or is it going to be, you don't know what the hell's going to happen. So a lot of his shots, I'm like, I just got my fingers crossed. Yeah, it went in, but when it leaves his fingers, I'm like, is that going to come up short? That's a line drive, man.
His hair be bothering me the most.
Yeah, I know, the weekend. So Mo, what'd you think about Bullock tonight?
I wasn't he not supposed to play tonight? Like, wasn't he ruled out?
I don't know about, he wasn't ruled out, but he was having some, I guess, knee soreness.
It's probable.
So that's cool. It's great that he was able to tough that out and show why he's a starter on this team. Because a lot of the times this season I've wondered what is he doing here? I mean he hasn't shot as well as you would want him to, but he showed that he can show up later in the season, because this is gonna be him being able to make shots off of broken plays. like that's gonna be important. Like if the ball's in his hands, like end of the shot clock, throw that thing up, man. You a shooter. You a shooter. So like I'm real happy he's around. I hopefully he doesn't have that important of a a role on the team as like guys like Kevin Knox, get better, and I don't know, as Alec Burks comes back, like I don't think he's like he's a good defender, but like there's like I think he's not a good enough of a creator to be getting enough minutes. I mean, getting like starter minutes. So like that's my thing with Bullock. But he had a good game, man. Like this is the type of game that we need from him to be a good team.
Yeah, you want to take it, Rob, on Bullock?
Yeah, Bullock, he played solid today, especially in the second half, because in the second half, even though RJ was off, Bullock hit the shots that kept us relevant in the game. And those was the shots that RJ was missing. So that 5 for 8, you add that he made key shots. So he played a good solid game, and his defense was tough too. So he did everything that we brought him into New York to do with no problem. He played great today. I have to give it to him. He passed the ball. He didn't get caught into too many double teams, whereas though he turned the ball over.
He did have 7 rebounds.
Yeah, and he stayed out the way.
Yeah, plus 13. So yeah, absolutely. So what you think, King Charles?
Wow, I agree with everything Rob just said. Like, he basically.
You're learning. I'm gonna learn you.
No, I was preparing my speech and you just said everything I was going to say. It's like almost have nothing to add to it. It was so perfect. But
hold on a second. I got to fix my headphone for a second. I thought you said what Rob said was perfect.
Yeah. I was gonna say something, but yeah, I can't add nothing to that. Yeah,
that's cool. There's not a lot to add there, Bullock. Yeah. No matter what we say about him. What do you think, Joe, on Bullock tonight?
Yeah, Bullock, he hit key shots. He played solid defense. He done what we were supposed to expect to get out of Bullock. So he was solid. I still think, though, when it comes to when Burks gets back, Burks might be taking that 3-spot role or whatever. But Bullock did a good job tonight.
Yeah. Hey, Kev, are you back? No worries. Hey, I'm going to kick it back to you then, Joe. Let's talk about something positive tonight. Julius Randle. What a monster night. So Julius from just a high level first half, 12 points, 9 rebounds in the first half, 4 assists, 5 turnovers. But he finished the game with 30 points, 10 for 26 shooting, 0 for 5 from the line, from 3. I'd like him to take a few less, maybe 3 at most threes a game. 10 for 12 from the foul line, 16 rebounds. So last game 17, this game 16, 7 assists. No steals, no blocks, 5 turnovers, which means he was turnover free in the second half. 4 personal fouls in a brutal 40 minutes. He was a plus 25. So what'd you think about our best player?
Yeah, Rondo went into beast mode again. I don't know. I think
he went into bully mode, which I like tonight.
Yeah. He needs to take less threes. I knew the three. He was hitting 60% from 3 earlier on, but I knew the threes had come down. But he's finding other ways to score when his threes ain't falling.
The more the minutes go up, the more the threes go down.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's fatiguing them legs.
Yeah, no. Rando's starting to impress me, but it's not on the offensive end, on the defensive end. His defense, that's what my problem a lot was last year, was the lack of passing, the spin moves, and the defense, and changed all that. So I think we have a problem knowing what we're going to do with it, because you might end up extending Randall if he keeps playing like this, because he's holding his team. He's one of the main reasons, if not the main reason, why we're 5-3. So Randall's starting to change my mind a little bit. I had my reasons I didn't like him, but he's turned his game around, and he's starting to play what Randall could be. This was the Randall we wanted, or at least most of the Randall we wanted from last year. But Randall's balling, and he could
Hey, Joe,
the way
you know
he's
your
playing, he could be definitely.
you know your hoops, and no matter to hit 20-10 in this league, every night means you're at another level. And
But then when
I think he's
you
one
put
of the
assist
quickest
to it
scorers
too.
in the league. Yeah, now that he's
Yeah.
brought that facet to his game on assists, he's gone into a next level. He's gotten better every year he's been in the league. He's 26, so he's at the beginning of his prime. I definitely think he's playing within a structure. You see him that he's been talking to the kids. What else could you want from him? Last year, as our guy Ron Cleveland said, we cleaned the slate. We started this year. So last year, it's over with. It's brand new.
Yeah.
Let's start fresh. And starting fresh, man, I hope that people take a step back and realize that, and I said this a number of shows ago, that, when we had Porzingis before he got injured, you knew every night we were going to have a double-double. And, but since he was gone, you don't know who do we have that we can count on every night that they're going to deliver. We have that player now, and his name is Julius Randle.
Yeah. Yeah, and he looks like he's in better shape. Like last year, he looked a little bit big. This year, he come in. I think he lost a lot of weight. He looked like it anyway. So now he's that extra quick step.
Yeah,
and he still is the strength, and he's balling, and he's going to be running. He's definitely going to be in the conversation if he keeps like this for All-Star. So Randall, you got to definitely look into keeping Randall. I always say, like, look, if we're losing, then you can consider trading him. But as right now, we're winning games, and his numbers are contributing to winning. Like they weren't last year. Like this year, the numbers contribute to winning. And as long as we keep winning games and we running for the playoffs, Randall's the guy. Because we've seen RJ can be the guy some nights, but some nights he can't.
Yeah,
you can't count on RJ yet. We don't know what Obi's going to be yet. So look, Randall's balling, and fair play to him because he's changed his game style and he's changed everything around. And he's the guy. And if he keeps it up, he's going to be that new guy in New York. And guys across the bridge are going to have competition. The Knicks are coming, and they're led by Randall.
Yeah, and I mentioned this the other day. I didn't realize he had a contract stipulation, but he gets $900,000 if he makes the All-Star teams. That's enough motivation, man. Make a blink away from a cool million to do that. So, and he's absolutely playing at those things. So, shout out to the chat, RJ White 99. I hear you loud and clear. He said, "Can we give one shout out to Coach Woodson for once on this site?" So, Woody, you got it. I know we talk about Tibbs and we talk about Johnny Bryant and we talk about Kenny Payne, but you're right. You see Woody talking there. He's, have great respect for him. He's a stabilizing figure with all his knowledge to the guys and stuff. So here we go. Shout out to Coach Woodson. I hope that makes your day, RJ White 99. So kicking it back to you, Chuck. What'd you think about the monster Julius tonight?
No surprise. Randall been doing this for the longest. The only difference is it's under a set structure now. So that makes it more visible to the untrained eye. The minutes is scary.
It is.
I'm gonna say that. And people are waiting for the ball to fall like he's gonna change into something else. You're seeing the bad. The bad is the turnovers. You know what I'm saying? So don't expect anything different. He's gonna do this the whole year. And don't get mad at the turnovers. As long as the assists are higher than the turnovers, we can live with it. And it's leading to wins. You know what I'm saying? He's carrying the team. Everything is running through him and it's working. So you have to keep this man.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
No more talking about he don't fit, because that was the talk before. He don't fit with Mitch and RJ. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. When you put up those numbers, you have to worry about who fits with him.
I see you, Kev.
I'm just listening. That's
Hey.
all I missed a lot. I had to do.
Okay, because
looking good for no reason.
I don't know if you said that, but a lot of people said that. So
I've never said. Listen, I've never said anything bad about.
Okay.
Julius.
Yeah. Now you don't forgot his name.
No, I mean I just know I've never said. The only thing I've ever said about Julius is when people talking about trading him. I was like, if that was the case, if that was to happen, I'm not trading him for picks. I would trade him for another player that can help us win at the same level.
Okay.
That's the only thing I've ever said about Julius.
Okay. All right. So now I ain't want you to think I was talking about you, but a lot of people have said that he don't fit with Mitch and Randall because the narrative was the two core pieces was RJ and Mitch. The two core pieces was RJ and Mitch. So Randall don't fit with them, so we must get rid of him. And that's dispelled. I'm done.
Cool. Thank you. Hey, Rob, what you think about Emperor Julius tonight, the Emperor?
I think that when the fans come back to MSG and they announce Julius Randle, it should be that Cool Mo D song, How You Like Me Now. Because he putting it on just like that. He putting it on for the city. He got the Big E tattoo in, so he bought into New York on his arm. So, Julius is doing his thing. He's like, he got the inner Bernard King, number 30. And he's a quiet confidence. Even in his press conference, he's glowing a little bit now. Like he feels the love. He finally feels the love that New York can give to him when he's playing like that. So I'm thinking that we got a steal. We got an $18 million player. That's a $30 million player, really, because if Porzingis is making that money, if we revisit that Porzingis trade and we say who's the better player, Kristaps or Randall at that same position, you would have to go with Randall. So
actually, from a durability perspective,
we can leave the DSJs and what we got. This is what we replaced them with for less money.
Yeah, but we didn't trade Randall.
No, that's not my point. My point is, as you look at the team, if somebody doesn't know New York basketball and you look at 2016 roster and you say, okay, Kristaps was playing power forward, and you look at his stats, and then you say, okay, well, Randall is playing power forward now. And then you compare the two players at that position, you will have to side with Randall as the better player right now. So, he's quietly leading the team. And people are playing off of him. He's giving up the ball. He's making new players comfortable that just came into the building. Rivers is comfortable. And it's all got to do with the attitude that Randall is exhibiting across the floor. And he's still getting his double-double plus 7 assists. Even though, when Obi gets back, I think you're going to see an even better Randall. You're going to see a better Randall in less minutes.
Yeah.
You're going to see a better Randall. I think the turnovers is going to drop. The assist is going to go up just because of the rest level that's going to be there for him.
Well, the assist will go up once he gets Burks back.
I'm just saying somebody that can cover that position, because it looks like today Knox even played some of the 4 and the 5 today because he was on the floor without Randall. And he was out on the floor without Randall, and at the time without Mitch. Knox was out there, so I think Knox grew a couple of inches or something. But they had him. They had him. And if Knox at that 4, if he can handle that 4 at this time, that's going to really be a good thing for New York because he. But let's stay on Randall. Randall did his thing, and he's been doing his thing. I'm proud of the young fellow. His name now is How You Like Me Now. That's what I'm calling him.
And I like that you said young fella. We had State on the other night, and State was talking about Obi. We got to have the young guys. He's 26 years old, man. You're talking like he's an old man, Julius, and he's not. He's not at all.
But status he's starting to buy. He's getting less and less about Randall and more the bandwagon. Thinking about another week, he's gonna get out his pom set in another week. He's gonna be all on board. So we don't have to worry about State. He real with his.
Well, I'm worried about State because his battery's running out in his smoke alarm. Every time he's on the show, I hear that chirp every 3 minutes. So I'm worried about the guy. Fix that damn smoke alarm, my friend. Let me kick it to you, Mo. What'd you think about Julius tonight?
Yeah, man, Julius. I love the point that Rob made that like Julius is a product of that KP trade, and now Julius is a better power forward than KP. Like I love that. It's so true. Like wow. That makes me look at things in a whole different light. So that's really cool. And then like I love the fact that Julius just like at some point in the third quarter, I think in the beginning of the third quarter, Julius took 2 dribbles with his right hand and spinned right into like Gobert's chest and laid it up. Like he didn't lay it up. It was kind of like a hook shot. It was just like Julius can score at that. If that doesn't tell you Julius could score on anyone in the league, like I don't know what can tell you. You know, because like that was amazing. And he has a great mid-range shot. What were you gonna say?
No, I was just going to say that a year or so ago, I heard the thing where, and if you watched Zion this year, he loves that spin move. He does the same thing, dribble. So somebody last year said Randall is Zion without the hops. Mm-hmm. So, and I thought it was a great description, especially with that spin move with both being lefties, going with the right, that spin move to the left, and boom. But he was playing a lot of bully ball, man, and that's what we want him in that position to do. That exactly. By the fourth quarter, those guys are like, this guy's banging me all night.
Yeah.
Pause,
but yeah, no, for sure. Julius is doing his thing, man. Like I really can't complain. Like Julius for MVP, man. That's all I got.
Definitely team MVP, that's for sure. Teddy.
Man, I gotta say this out loud. Look, that man is balling. And I want to go at Joe right now and say, Joe, you are so wrong. I'm glad that you are coming to the other side and realizing that Julius is balling and he's going to stay. Enough of this trade talk. No more, Joe. No more. It's over. He's here to stay. He's our leader.
What are you talking about? You were ready to trade him a week before the season.
You're right.
What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm admitting.
Everybody was. Let's be honest. Everybody
was.
Not everybody. We got to do a shout out to our brother, God of Moses and Elijah, Ralph. Ralph saw something.
Okay, my bad. I forgot. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So look, I'm happy. I'm happy for Julius, honestly, because we got a steal. And how much his production and how much we're paying him, honestly. We got a straight steal. And I got to give it to Mo for saying this and Rob for saying this. If that Porzingis trade never happened, we wouldn't have picked up Julius. And we looking back at hindsight now, like we would have had KP injury-prone self on the rebuild.
On the bench.
Yeah.
Looking crazy.
It just – everything happened for a reason. I'm glad Julius is humble about all this as well because he could be goating right now. He could be, he just seems like a very humble leader. That's what I would say about him. And he got, as a leader, sometimes you watching he look like he's working the hardest. He done came in super lean this year. The fact that he's hitting them like in front of the 3-point jumpers, it's automatic. Like, I gotta give it to him. He's playing hard on defense. He's doing so much. I'm scared for Julius, honestly, because he's playing so good that you're scared he's gonna tear Achilles or tear ACL.
Don't say no.
Look, I'm just gonna say this. We need to lighten his load eventually.
We will. When we get players back, we're gonna lighten that load.
I'm just saying, there's no way he can sustain, there's no way he can continue to do this for the whole season. If we need everybody come back healthy and really give him some time. And I hope Obi's watching closely how to be a great leader and be a dominant force in this league. Because how lucky is Obi right now to be able to sit back behind him as his leader?
That's a great thing. That's a great thing.
I think, we taking Julie for granted. We didn't realize how bad coaching was for Randall. Like, Randall needs a good coach. And we see what a system would do for Randall. And he needs to cut down his turnovers. Let's just get that out the way, too. Like, once he cuts down his turnovers, though, oh, my God. We got a team, and we got a great core now. And what we do from here is going to be important. We need to keep Randall. He's only 26. And if we could sign him for the same deal in his next contract, oh, man.
Yeah, we're not going to get that deal again.
He's going to want to 1/3. If he gets off that team, he's going to want to over.
That's why we need to hurry up and do it fast.
Hey, look, he's going to deserve a raise. He's going to deserve it.
Yeah. Let's get him an extension now, but look, we're gonna give you this much. Go ahead, take it now. You secure before he asks for them 35, 30 plus, oh man, it's coming.
If he do this all the way to the life of his contract, we gonna owe him.
Exactly. $1 million man.
You're gonna have to pay.
And some of the things I've read is that him and his wife, they like living here in New York, Westchester. They like the community. They like it. So if he plays at this level, maybe he'll give a hometown discount because they want to stay here. Meaning, obviously, he's going to get his money, but maybe 25 a year or something like that.
I think he'll take 25. With fully guaranteed. Oh man, he'll take it.
Yeah.
But he wants his max contract, man.
Would you guys give it? Would you guys give? It's all about the length of the contract too. Would you guys give him for 5 years?
You broke up that last part. Say that
That's
one more
the
time.
thing.
Say that one more time. You broke up at the end.
I said he's gonna probably. Oh, sorry. Yeah, he's gonna want that full 5 years. You guys give the full 5.
At 27, I give him 5, but not a full max.
He's gonna demand a max.
Yeah. You give him a max from 27 to 32. Yeah, you can give him a max.
That's not bad. But the full max though, it's like 200 something million right now.
That's what they do in the NBA. Everything gonna be guaranteed.
I know, but he's gonna have a lot of miles on those tires if we keep minutes up.
Well, we got to have in our subconscious that we got Tibbs as a coach, and we ain't gonna do that with the minutes. We gotta know that when Obi gets back behind them, no matter how long it takes Obi to grow, it's somebody there. Then they can learn to play together. It's not uncommon for them to play together.
I do a 5-year 125, fully guaranteed.
Yeah. I can see that. If he keeps this up, another team will give it to him.
Yes, for sure.
Why not us?
Hey, Kev.
Let's not even have this be a conversation. Let's just like
be like, oh, you gonna let that go? Let me get that. They're gonna be like, let me get that.
We're gonna tell him it's fully guaranteed. 125 fully guaranteed.
Yeah. Hey, Kevin, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you cool? You need to take a moment or so?
No.
All right, a couple things. I don't think you were here for RJ. So
I was here for RJ.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Then do me a favor. Then just
Was it
you weren't here. You weren't here for Bullock.
Was there anything in between?
You weren't here for Bullock.
Yeah,
let me take my take on Bullock because I know people were saying that.
One second before you take it, you'll take Bullock, then you'll segue right into Julius.
Yeah,
Let me just do a shout out.
I know you in the chat was waiting for my Bullock take tonight.
Okay, let me do my a shout out for super chat to again one of the most generous people, Daryl Pemberton. He says Taj Gibson took a physical and both sides are interested. Also, what do you guys think about full season-ending injury? He did his ACL tonight, unfortunately, the kid. And also, did you hear about the draft choice of Detroit?
Fultz, yeah.
Fultz did his ACL, but Killian Hayes tore his
Killian Hayes dislocated. Yeah,
his hip labrum, and that's
he dislocated a hip.
Ooh.
That's a bad injury for a pro athlete, man. Indefinitely, man.
Yeah, Detroit announced that he's out. Detroit announced he's out for the season.
Yeah, that's tough for a kid, man. But any hip injury, wow.
I hate it for him, but glad we didn't get him.
Yeah, so just to finish up for Darrell Pemberton again, Taj Gibson took a physical, and both sides are interested. What do you think about Fultz' season injury? And the last part is, should we trade DSJ or Frank for picks from Orlando because they're going to need because right now I guess that all they have is Cole, who's balling out down there. He's doing very well, Cole. But
yeah, I think Orlando was interested. I think around the draft for Dennis Smith, and I think Orlando showed interest. So that's a possibility because they're going to need someone to back up Cole.
Cole got an opportunity. He got an opportunity.
Does anyone want Dennis Smith?
I think he's going to take a chance on him.
Yeah, I'm not a Dennis Smith though. So thank you. I apologize, Kevin. Take it. It's all yours. Start with Bullock and then go into Julius.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
You never do.
This is gonna sound bad, but earlier in the daytime, flipping back and forth between the real world news and sports news, and I found out that Reggie Bullock might be out there for this game. I was like, yes. I was happy. I was like, I don't want to wish injury on anybody.
That's exactly what you're doing.
That's different from me wishing that I didn't get it. I wish Reggie Bullock got hurt today. No, news came out that Reggie Bullock got hurt, and I was like,
okay, you said you hope he slipped on a banana peel. You said that before.
I said if he slipped on a banana peel. I didn't wish that he slipped on a banana peel. Those are two different things. But I know not when he was like, oh, Reggie Bullock, has a knee injury or something. I was like, this is an opportunity that we've been waiting for. Reggie Bullock on the bench. Hopefully, whoever comes in and fills that role plays great, and we never have to see him again. And then him being selfish.
Any thoughts on who possibly could come in for him? Any thoughts possibly on who could come in for him?
Anybody could have started at 3. There is a particular person who I have vested interest in. I thought would have this is his time. Not yet, but it's coming. But then Reggie Bullock was selfish. It's like, nah, I'm gonna play through it because I know if I'm out, then my spot is gone. He knows the writing is on the wall. He knows.
Absolutely.
So Reggie Bullock played, and at first he was missing shots left and right. He was a Reggie Bullock that we've all grown accustomed to. And then the second quarter came, or the second half came.
He didn't miss that many. He only missed 3 shots tonight.
And I think all 3 of them came in the first half.
No doubt.
So I was like, okay, it's a Reggie.
He only had 2 points in the first half.
Yeah, this is a typical Reggie Bullock night. Get him out of here. And then, so I'm watching the game, and Reggie Bullock hits. This is going to sound really bad. This is going to sound really bad, but I'm being honest because I'm an honest kind of person. So he took that first corner 3 that was open. I could have been the only one who was wishing that he missed that shot. Because I want Reggie Bullock to just miss every shot he takes. It's like, I really hate
not me.
Why?
I believe
because then he hit it, and I was like, okay,
for Kevin Knox, you doing all this for Kevin Knox?
Wow, right?
He got pump on.
And then he hit the second one. I was like, okay, this is a momentum building shot. Okay, I can live with it. And I was like, Reggie Bullock's out there looking okay tonight. I don't know how I feel about this. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. This is me being honest and giving y'all, because y'all know that I'm gonna keep it real with y'all, and I'm gonna let y'all know how I really feel. And we all know,
and we love that about you.
Hey, Kid, let me ask you something,
when it comes to Reggie Bullock.
Hey, Kid, let me ask you something though. Don't you think Kevin Knox would be better with Quickly and Rivers in that second team?
No, and I say that because of what I feel like. This is the thing about people when they say Kevin Knox stands are at the 3-point line. I think Steve said it earlier that he wants him to do more than that. But I think it's the role that Tom Thibodeau wants for Kevin Knox to be that floor spacer on the court. Because if you're going to have Julius and RJ penetrating, then because that's what Reggie Bullock does in the starting rotation. He is at, I'm
Their
standing on
kick
the
out
wing,
guy.
and then if I drive, I'm kicking it out. And that's exactly what Kevin Knox does when he comes in. So it's the role that the small forward position is playing off of who's on the court. So I don't think it matters if he's playing with Julius or RJ or Quickly and Rivers because it's the role that Tom Thibodeau wants from that position.
But
now I want him to have more opportunities within the offense, but I don't think it matters who he plays with.
Elfrid Payton's not passing that ball to Kevin Knox.
I think here's the thing. Elfrid doesn't have to. Julius Randle passes the ball to Kevin Knox.
He does.
And if Julius Randle's passing the ball to Kevin Knox, I think Mitch also passes the ball to Kevin Knox too.
He does. I think he's the second highest guy.
So yeah, it doesn't really matter because if your best player is like, hey, I trust this guy to do this, I think it'll rub off on Elfrid like his sandbox buddy. But Bullock, listen, I'm still gonna say it. I don't care. Bullock got to go. And this is after a good game. I still feel that way. So I'm being honest. I'm letting you know, I'm keeping it real. I'm not listen, because what last thing I'm gonna do is fake the funk and change up on a daily basis. No, I
but
still
you want
feel
us to lose games because of them now.
we weren't gonna lose this game.
Worse.
We weren't gonna lose this game because Reggie Bullock missed a shot.
Man, he was 5 for 8.
He hit a key three. I ain't gonna lie.
Listen, the second one was a key three. The first one was like,
With Knox with
he hit the three to put us up 92-86, and they called an immediate timeout.
Yeah, that's the second three.
With RJ being off, Bullock stepped into a position that catapulted us to victory. Because then that means that he would have been 4 for like 20. And we don't know where the game would have went then. You got to take what he did, man, and just say, okay.
No, what I'm saying is, and I'm not making, well, I guess I am making this. I believe that Kevin Knox in that situation could have hit the same shot that Kevin Knox did.
Knox is part of the team, Kev.
Listen,
he's doing good
you
things.
trust Reggie Bullock? Do you trust Reggie Bullock? Honestly.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with him. You do.
Hey, well, Kevin's getting that question. Just my note on the first three that he hit was he hits a three on an unselfish pass by Rivers as the ball went around the horn. Rivers was open for his own three, but he still kicked it out to Bullock. And that's a guy that you want on your team, man. That's a company guy, man. That, even though I had an open shot, I get the guy who's even better shot, man. So
I got a question for the panel right quick because we bringing up injuries and stuff. Just a second ago, Detroit and Orlando is going to have to make a move. Are we going to get a call?
I hope we get a call because those guys I think are going to be right on the bench anyway. So we're not really getting a lot of use out of them. So we can get another pick or something. Hell yeah! What do you think, guys? Let's go around the horn.
I think Detroit's going they're going for the number one pick. Like they're tanking. That team looks awful.
Derrick Rose don't let that tank in him.
Who?
Derrick Rose.
Number one pick can't guarantee.
Come on, guys. It's not time for that. We don't, Derrick Rose isn't making the playoffs.
But you know what? I think Derrick Rose is the most upset one because I thought that he thought Killian was going to be here, and as the season tanks at the end of by the trade day deadline, he was going to get moved to a contender, and that he'd get a shot. Derrick,
think about that. Yeah,
that somebody would pick him up for the run, and now he's the only game in town in Detroit at the point guard position.
Yeah, it's not a good situation for him at all. So there's that, and then Orlando. Who do I even want on Orlando? Are they what kind of?
We definitely want Gordon because we have enough power forwards for a lifetime.
Yeah, I don't know
I was thinking about we should try to get Paul Gasol.
Isn't he 223 years old?
Yeah, man.
Off the bench. Off the bench.
Who?
Arkansas. And we got Noel down there.
He
Arkansas
was
can outplay him in this week.
I thought you were going to say Vucevic or something like that, but
No,
you caught me
Gasol.
off guard, Gasol.
We definitely get Taj back.
That was like Ron Cleveland the other night saying Kyle Korver.
We need some length down there on the center block more than anything.
We
Yeah,
need girth on the center block.
Yeah.
He can shoot the three.
Yeah,
He can play inside and he can pass. He'd be a perfect addition for 15 minutes a night with no problem.
He's
Hey,
sick. Why would he come to the Knicks?
Because he's not playing.
Yeah.
He's not coming to the Knicks.
Look, what we doing now, we got eyebrows up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's gonna be in LA with his brother. He ain't.
Well, LeBron,
Yeah,
Hey, let's kick it back to Kevin. Get back in his flow. I apologize for that super chat. We got a little away, so go for it. And just a real special shout out to Delano Steele. Thank you for. Yeah, man, he's happening. I hate the damn pandemic because he's got to wear his mask on the shows and stuff. He ain't showing that handsome face of his. So take it, Kev. Finish up on Bullock and then get into Randall, and you're on mute.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna fake the funk and be like, oh yeah, Bullock. No, he had a good game. I mean, yay, he helped us win.
Wow.
That
hurt it, huh?
It really did. It really did. Could you feel the pain coming out when I said it?
It looked like you had to go to the bathroom with no bathroom around.
But with Julius, I don't know if anyone had mentioned this. Obviously, someone might have. These minutes are really starting to scare me.
Yeah, I do.
The one thing that I've noticed about Julius, and about the last couple of games, and I hope it doesn't have an adverse effect, is he tends to struggle earlier in the games and pick it up later on, to where I don't know if just time as games go on that have a negative effect, and he picks it up and then struggles, later on, when the games are close, like fourth quarter, he can't find the bucket. So yeah, he's played 40 minutes a game, like what, 3-4 straight games?
Yeah, man, brutal. 40 tonight, 43 the game before that, and 37 in the game before that.
So, and you can tell at the end of the games he's spent the last couple games. I know we play Friday, but we have a back-to-back Sunday and Monday. So, I do know that Tibbs said that Obi got reevaluated today or yesterday, and that he's back running and jumping, but they're going to take a cautious
with that calf injury.
With that. But I guess he's good and should be back sometime soon. But yeah, Julius played good. Like I said, he struggled at first, in the first quarter and a half, and I got into some early foul trouble. Came back and was okay. And like Claude said, I guess his job today was just taking it straight to Gobert, trying to get him in foul trouble, trying to get him to bite some.
And tired.
Yeah, so that was a good approach. I know I was watching the game, like thinking to myself, even though he got a couple of them, I was like, I don't think it's best to spin move into Rudy Gobert like this. Like some other players, yes, but not Rudy Gobert. I mean, he got away with some of them, but I was like, that might not be the best person to make that move on. But yeah, he played a good game. He really did. So,
okay. Might as well just kick it right back to you, Kev. Let's talk about Mitch. So, Mitch, first half, 3 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, 1 block, 2 turnovers, 2 personal fouls. Finished up the game with 9 points, 4 for 6 shooting. Obviously, he doesn't go from 3, 1 for 2 from the line, which is nice. Is the first time he got to the line in like 3 or 4 games. 13 rebounds, which is again nice. When statistically we're a really bad offensive rebounding team, and he's one of our best. But I want to see this kid in double digits on rebounds. We know what he does, but it was great to see him with 13 rebounds tonight, 2 assists, 3 steals, 3 blocks, 3 turnovers, 2 personal fouls. You heard it right, ladies and gentlemen. Mitch Robinson had 2 personal fouls in 41 minutes. That's a lot of minutes for him. He was a plus 12. So what's your thoughts on Mitch?
He battled. He was down there battling with Gobert most of the night. I was really proud of him.
Me too.
Of how he's played recently. He's been playing big, keeping out of foul trouble. I know he's getting taxed a lot too, with
Norland's out.
Yeah, with Noel being out, and so what I did with the the most surprising thing I saw from Mitch tonight, like the thing that got me was like, oh, okay. He had a little jump hook. I don't know if it was in the second quarter. I don't know if anybody else saw that, but he had a little jump hook. He missed it.
Yeah, he missed
But
it.
I was like, oh, okay, all right, Mitch, starting to get in that bag just a little bit.
That was
don't empty it out too fast. But but he had a little jump hook tonight. I was like, okay. I guess this is what Thibodeau was like. The offense is coming along, I guess. So hey, if that might be the start of something. But I was like, that's the one thing that jumped out to me the most about Mitch. That even he missed it, he still took that jump hook. So
he shouldn't.
Hey, so funny is he was in no man's land. He had to throw something up, and it was bad. You could tell he was not ready to throw that up. Like,
He wasn't, but the point is he took it.
Yeah.
Rather than he took it.
Can't hit it if you don't shoot it.
And so I was just like, oh, this, because honestly, that might have been like the first shot Mitch Robinson has taken in 7 games.
And we see why he ain't taking shots.
Yeah.
But hey, it's like I said,
it's nothing. It's hard to build confidence off an air ball. All that shot told me was he ain't doing that no more.
Hey, I mean, my thing is if you got to start somewhere. That's how I look at it. You got to start somewhere.
Started and stopped.
Yeah.
And you never know. I mean,
no, that's it. Grand opening, grand closing.
Listen, you got to start somewhere. It's baby steps. At least you took it. Like I said, at least he took it. That's what got me. So I mean, if he wants to keep on doing things like that, then hey, go for it.
I know the coaches will be talking to him about that goaltending call at the end of the first quarter.
That's frustrating.
That's kid. Come on, kid. That's a stupid foul. And then he negated a basket by Randall on another stupid foul. So those are the things that, come on, you played a great game, but you made 2 bonehead plays that was just senseless. There was no reason in the world you had to do that. Come on, man.
It's immaturity shows sometimes, unfortunately. But I will say about the foul situation that you was talking about, he got a foul like in the first 15 seconds of the game, and the fact that he only had 2 fouls to end it says a lot.
Yeah. You finished, Kev? Okay, take it more, Ted. Ted.
Yeah. Overall, you know what? We're seeing the growth of Mitch. You know what the funny thing is I see Mitch doing a lot of sprints down the court now. You know that I didn't see last year. You know he's wearing out centers. Like at the end of the games, some rebounds he was getting, Gobert couldn't jump. He was just he was tired.
But his length, man, is so frightening that he doesn't have to.
Yeah, and these centers got to keep up with Mitch. And Mitch has got he's 7 foot with a point guard's like stamina. Look, Chuck. Hey, cut it out, Chuck. I see you look up when I say point guard. Stamina. Okay. He might be the fastest center in the league.
Oh, his stride. Oh my God. From basket to basket. I don't know if anybody could keep up with him.
And continuous though. He gets tired. You see him fatigue out there, but you should see the other guy. That's the thing I like about Mitch right now. He just needs to just stay in his lane. You see the immaturity sometimes with the goaltend at the end of that was straight frustration. Gobert was owning him that first quarter. You know, he wasn't getting no calls. He felt, you know, they was kind of, you know, in the refs in the first half, the refs was terrible. Honestly, if you really want to get technical about the first half as well, a lot of tic-tac fouls that they was calling on the Knicks. We weren't getting a lot of calls, it seemed like, in the first half.
I think they've been terrible all season. Haven't been happy with the refs, and not to sound sexist or anything, but a couple of the women refs have been brutally bad.
You could tell they're trying to they're
It's a
adjusting.
big difference from G League to they spent 5 years in the G League, and you know what? Maybe you need another 5, man.
Yeah. And I think, you know, with them ladies ref, they're gonna have to watch the game tape and realize who to call fouls on and who not. You know, I think they need the political
Nah,
side
it
of
ain't got nothing to do with them being ladies. Come on, man.
Yeah, all right.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
I'll be honest.
It's bad calls from both sides.
I ain't gonna lie, it was bad. It was just bad calls, period, tonight. There was some fouls on Randall. I was just like, what? You know, like, but
and he had the same look on his face as you did. Like, what? Well, come on, man. Let's play the game.
He ain't getting no star calls yet. He will though. He will eventually. You know, the league's on notice about the Knicks.
Yeah.
Let's get back to Mitch though. That fourth quarter, his rebounding was outstanding. I was amazed at some of the stuff. I'm like, oh my God, you know, he still got the energy to jump up his full height and grab these rebounds, you know, playing 40 minutes tonight.
Yeah, and he's Rodman-esque that sometimes he goes up and he taps it and he taps it again and he taps it like he has that Rodman crazy. I'm going to get this, man.
His second and third step is crazy.
Yeah, second and third bounce.
Yeah. And, you know, I like how he's looking for the oop every time he, you know, he still needs works on his screens. Let's not get it twisted. But he's understanding his role, and you can tell he's watching game tape. And Tibbs, if you ever listen to Tibbs, he's yelling at Mitch every time on defense. Hands up, keep it, Mitch, hands up. He's just screaming hands up at him every time. We don't need them tic-tac fouls from you. So he's going to get better as the year goes along, and we need to extend him early too, because he's going to want money as well. So I think that's one of them players that, you know, I think the Knicks, we got a good core. Mitch is going to be good. He just needs to bulk up. We need to just start feeding him. Just every night we just feed Mitch, because I just think he's one of them high metabolism guys that just ain't gaining no weight. He got the shoulders. It just he's still a young boy, you know, structure, you know. And I see when I see RJ, he reminds me he's young too. Every time I see him, sometimes like you know, they're going to be okay. They're going to be okay. And I like Mitch a lot, you know, and no more hook shots. I want him to shoot, though. I would like to see him shoot from a 15-footer just to see how it looks. His free throw, I don't like how his free throws look, though. He got line drive free throws.
I think he looked better last year shooting than he's so far this season.
Yeah. So overall, Mitch, he's going to be all right, you know, just with Tibbs under him, like, you know, in one of his press conferences, he also said, I don't want to have the coach yell at me. He's one of the guys that don't like the coach yelling at him. Like, okay, whatever you need me to do, so I don't get yelled at. That's
Take it, Mo.
Oh man, that's funny. Like it must be like really funny to like follow around Mitch when like during practice, because he's got Kenny Payne, Mike Woodson, Tom Thibodeau. Like that just must be very difficult for him every day. So like,
and you know what else I'm noticing? You know, at the beginning of the season, it was like Kenny Payne's going to be the big guy, and Johnny Bryant's going to be talking to the little guys. Johnny Bryant on a lot of the sideline shots is talking to the big guys.
Mm-hmm.
He's not just a guard whisperer.
Yeah, he's a basketball man for sure. No, like so like it's just. This is just like indicating that the coaching is working. Like Mitch played 41 minutes. Like I can't believe that. Like he played 41 minutes and only had 2 fouls, 13 rebounds. Like I liked how he was getting rebounds like in key moments of the game, like around like the best rebound, like one of the best rebounders in the league in Gobert, like, you know, getting those 50-50 balls, like that's like he's doing his thing, man. Like I really I appreciate Mitch, man, and like he's playing really good defense. You know, in the pick and roll, like Conley was doing his thing to start the game, but like I think Mitch was like a real factor on defense, man, and he's always there for that lob at the end of the day. Like you throw it up anywhere around where he can catch it, he'll get it. So yeah, man, we're gonna have to pay these guys. They're playing well.
Yeah. Hey, kicking it to you, Rob, just real quick. Daryl Pemberton, again, thank you for the super chat. You're awesome. His thing was, it was really good seeing Leon, Wes, and Perry hugging and chest bumping the team after the game. I agree with you, man. That put a big smile on my face when I saw that. That's the type of camaraderie and energy that you want. So take it, Rob, on your thoughts on Mitch tonight.
Okay, I'm seeing the chemistry on the defensive side between Mitch and Randall. Like, Mitch has a presence around the league that everybody knows that he can block shots. So now what's keeping him on his feet is down. Now Randall is taking off some of the pressure in the early stages. That's why you would see Randall picking up a couple of fouls here and there early. That was part of the reason why Mitch didn't get in foul trouble early. It seems as though they got, okay, I'll be aggressive in the first half because we have to keep you in the game. So then in the second half, your defensive presence will come, and then Randall can go, especially in this game where Randall was off in the first half, and then he came alive on the second half, but then Mitch got defensively stronger in the second half. So then Randall didn't pick up any fouls except for that first one he did early in the third quarter. Then after that, Randall didn't pretty much get any more fouls. He finished with 4, Mitch finished with 2, but Mitch was mad aggressive, and he took it to Joe Bear in the second half. And that kept him, and that's what really allowed him to have minutes, because now Mitch feels as though he doesn't have to cover for everybody. Mitch is the one of the few centers in the league that can strike from the box and cover a three-point shot and make the guy don't put the ball up and then recover back down. Mitch does a lot of things that you wouldn't notice unless you don't have Mitch in the game. Now with 2, you can honestly say Mitch played like pretty much a 95%, perfect, close to 95%, almost a perfect game because of what they were doing. It kept him in the game. He stayed defensively strong. He rebounded. He alley-ooped. He does the Mitch things. And with that mindset in the game, that's something that the Knicks should take in every game going out now. Randall, you stay aggressive. I'm gonna save you in the second half. You stay strong, and then it balances out. Mitch was strong all the way to the end, and Randall didn't, and with no more fouls. So I'm looking for this Mitch a lot more. Mitch wasn't flying off his feet this whole game.
I noticed that too.
He stayed on his feet. He just put his hands up, and that's something that's clicked in Mitch's head. Okay, if we're gonna play this way, and we're gonna let other teams score, and we can come back from 18 down, 15 down, and I don't have to block every shot until it's time to make a necessary block, a winning play. And that's what Mitch does in the fourth quarter going down the stretch. Mitch makes winning plays all game long. And with us we're not offensively challenged like we used to be. And Mitch is shining.
Absolutely.
Mitch is shining. So with that being said,
let's kick it to Chuck.
Keep doing your thing.
That was cute. I disagree with everything you just said. Mitch stayed on his feet because Mitch didn't play against the offensive center.
There's not too many offensive centers in the league.
We're talking about tonight. He stayed out of foul trouble because Gobert is not an offensive center. He didn't have to jump for anything. And his backup, Favors, is a 6'9" power forward.
Those are really good points.
Okay. So Mitch nobody was bodying Mitch down there. So Mitch had a night off, basically. The only thing Mitch had to do was keep Gobert off the boards. But as far as getting in foul trouble, he didn't have to defend Gobert like that. Now, let me see. Should I go after Rob some more or lay off of him?
Lay off Rob. Lay off Rob.
Oh, I didn't know you could hear me.
Man, please. You don't know he got bodied earlier. He didn't. You know he got bodied earlier.
What happened?
You don't know?
Nothing happened.
What happened to Chuck earlier?
Nothing happened. Who's next?
Nothing happened to Chuck. He's the
bodied
people's
earlier
champion.
on Legion of the Knicks. I bodied him.
Nothing happened to Chuck. Who's next?
I shut him out.
I'm done with Mitch.
Okay, then let me just I'm going to swing it back to you, Chuck, in a second, and you're going to kick off on Kevin Knox. But let me just do a couple things. A shout out to the
Chuck gets to go first on Kevin Knox. You know what? I want to hear Chuck go first on Kevin Knox. I want to hear.
All right, just a quick shout out to the chat. A couple of questions. I love interacting with you guys. Chasing Chicken. He said, it seems to me that in regards to the high minutes, Tibbs is playing guys out of necessity, obviously, while also building some equity with the team getting off to a good start, winning games. That's sound logic. Jason, I think what you said is right, that at this point in time, he wants to get that momentum going, and and hopefully we'll get some of the injured guys back and maybe curtail some of the high minutes. But I agree with you that he's playing those guys out of necessity. And also, let's see, where is it? There it is. Tomas Abreu. He said, would you pull off a Buddy Hield for Knox, Frank, and our Dallas pick? I don't think it's really a realistic trade, only because of Bogdanovich leaving Sacramento last year, and really Buddy's the only two. Halliburton's playing really well as a rookie, but he's more, he's not really a sniper like that. I think he's a good shooter, but I don't know if they'd go for that. And I think they'd probably ask for more, because the Dallas pick, hopefully it'll be lower than I think it's going to be. But thanks for the feedback. But shout out to C-Mac, Ala Wise. Again, special shout out to Delano Steele, Nick Yak, PBD, Kodak Vlogs again, Juju92 as always, Marty, Thesis Thomas, again, Brother BKL Contreras, Quattro Cinco, Jeremy. Let's see. Let me go down here. I just love to shout out Ismail Rivas. They're saying no need to go after Zach LaVine. I agree with you. I think Zach has a great game, but I'm weird about us trading for somebody that had catastrophic knee injuries. I don't know if it's the Antonio McDyess syndrome or whatever, where I was scarred for life, but I hate going. And also the scary thing is he's fourth in the league, Zach LaVine, in minutes played. So he's putting up a hell of a lot of minutes on that. So we have 179 people in the chat. Hold on, let me get an updated number real quick. We have 178 people, 109. We broke through the 100 barrier. And ladies and gentlemen, we just hit the 1,200 subscriber milestone. Wow. Thank you so much. You know how hard Freezy's grinding and stuff like that. So we're hitting 1,200. That's amazing in the amount of days that this has been going on. 1,500. Here we come. Thank you so much. And again, special shout out to our mods who are awesome. Bodega Wi-Fi, Sima Singh, the new Knicks. As always, your efforts are greatly appreciated. But wow, Freezy, if you're listening, congratulations, man. 1,200. 1,500, here we come. So we're going to go to my guy, one of my favorites, Chuck. Let me just do a high-level thing on Knox tonight. First half, 7 points, no rebounds, no assists, no blocks, no turnovers, no personal fouls. He was a negative 19. He had the highest the worst plus minus on the team in the first half. He finished up the game. He didn't score in the second half. Still 7 points, 3 for 3 shooting, 1 for 1 from 3. Didn't get to the line tonight. He only had 1 rebound tonight. No assists, no steals, 1 block, which was a huge block. Pardon me. No turnovers, no personal fouls in 16 minutes, and he finished the game as a negative 14. And just my notes tonight on him was good defense on Clarkson, who always plays well against the Knicks. I forgot who in the chat brought that up. That usually it's quiet money or somebody, but somebody brought up last night about watch out for Clarkson. He always plays tough against the Knicks, and you were so right. So good defense on. I wrote on that. Bad pass in the paint. He needs to take that shot. So he got the ball, he drove, and then he tried to dump it off to Randall. He should have taken that shot. He got a jam from a nice pass from Quick. Bad D going behind the screen, allowed a three. He hits a three from a pass from Mitch. Jam on a fast break from Peyton, and a great block and save on Conley. Leads the Peyton basket, and the Knicks' first lead at 76-75. So that was the old Sly Fox's notes tonight on Knox. So take it, Chuck. What's your thoughts on Knox tonight?
Knox was a quiet, terrible. You seen Knox whole game in one. All right, he had 3 field goals, right? They were all assisted. That explains his offense. He can't get his own shot. Oh. Rob, what are you doing? You opening Mad Dog 40 Pro. He can't get his own shot. All 3 baskets assisted. Kev, I see you want to say something, so I'm gonna ask you.
I'm letting you talk. I'm fine. Go ahead. Please,
Yeah.
Please.
Oh, okay. All right. What? 15 minutes and minus 14. That's damn near his whole time on the floor. Like he's just a big negative. But my question to you is, all right, there's players that have like, what is Knox? Is he a rebounder? Is he a shot blocker? Is he a defender? Is he a shooter? Is he a scorer? What is his title? Kevin?
Oh, that's an actual question?
Yeah, that's a question. What is his title? What can you put under his name? Assist guy, a contributor, a distributor.
Kevin Knox is anything that Tom Thibodeau wants him to be.
No, he's not.
No, yes.
Thibodeau wants him to be good, and he's not.
No. Whatever Tom Thibodeau asks Kevin Knox to do in the role of the offense, that's what Kevin Knox is going to do. Period.
So what you think he asked him? Because he hasn't been doing anything. What did you think he asked him?
I know, because I'm gonna wait. I don't know, because I'm gonna wait for your take, because then I'm gonna go into absolutely breaking your whole theory down.
No. Without Thibodeau, what is Knox? What do he stand on? All right, Mitch is a shot blocker, right? A shot blocker.
Mm-hmm.
RJ's a scorer, right? Peyton's an assist guy. What is Knox?
Here's the thing about Kevin Knox, and people might think that I'm crazy when I say this. Kevin Knox can do everything on a basketball court. There isn't not one thing that Kevin Knox cannot do. You have seen Kevin Knox have good passes, make good plays. You've seen him score. You've seen him shoot. You've seen him rebound, defend, block. Kevin Knox literally can do everything.
What can he hang his hat on? Why does
he have to bang a hat on? If you can do everything, that means you're an all-around player. It's just the role that Kevin Knox is being asked to play on this team.
What do he excel at? How many ways you want me to ask you this? What do he excel at?
Everything.
If him and his agent sat from the GM for a contract and he said,
I'm answering your question. Kevin
my
Knox
client is good at this.
That may not, people might like think I'm crazy and be like, oh, Kevin is on his Knox train. But listen, again,
you said everything.
I've seen Kevin Knox do everything well at some point in time on a basketball court. Have you not? Well, you're not going to say that anyway. No. Kevin Knox, again, has done everything on a basketball court.
What do he do?
Well enough clip so that he can be a multifaceted type of NBA player.
That's cute. What do he do well consistently? That's not a trick question. It's not a trick question.
What do you want Kevin Knox to do, Chuck?
No, I'm
Because
asking
he
you.
played bad, even though he
Don't
didn't.
fall into that. Kev,
It's not
don't.
nothing to fall into. What do he do well consistently?
There you go, Kev. Don't even
Are
fall
you
into
are you done, Chuck? Are you going? Because like I said, I want you to have your turn, and then you go around the panel.
When you finish, Kevin's going to take. We're going to kick it, and then we'll go the other way around.
Okay.
But Kevin got it right after you.
Okay, I'm gonna answer it for you since you refuse to. The answer is nothing. He's not a good scorer because he averaged 6 points. He's not a good shooter because he shoots under 40%. He shoots under the league average on threes as well. He's not a good rebounder at 6'10" or whatever you want to make him because he averaged 2.9 rebounds. He don't pass the ball. He averaged 1 assist. His free throw shooting is 66%. His blocks is 0.6. Well, the answer is absolutely nothing. He's good at nothing. I'm done. Your turn.
Hey, just real quick, Chuck. Do you trust Tibbs?
I trust. I'd rather have Bullock. But he hates on Bullock, right?
So if you trust Tibbs, then you gotta trust that he's putting Knox in, and that our guy Tibbs sees value in Knox.
Well, he don't have a choice. He's the who else is 6'10" besides?
Hey, Steve, do me a favor. The first game of the season, how many minutes did Knox play?
I'll tell you in a sec. Who did we start the season off with?
Indiana.
Okay, he Knox. How many how many assists?
He's not a good
So
shooter.
how many minutes did he play?
He had 18 and a half minutes.
He shoot 39.
When everybody was healthy, Burks was healthy, Obi was healthy, everybody was healthy. Kevin Knox still played 18 minutes. So don't sit here and say, "Oh, he plays it because he has to," because clearly everybody was healthy, and Kevin Knox still got almost 20 minutes a game. So that kind of
that's participation awards.
No. You said, and I quote, we can run it back about a minute. You said he's only playing because everyone is hurt and it's out of necessity. But the first game of the season, when everybody was healthy, Kevin Knox still played. And Thibodeau wasn't forced to play. Like, oh, I got to play Kevin Knox. No, he came off the bench. He played his minutes. So Thibodeau wasn't forced. It wasn't because, I ain't got no other bodies. I got to throw him in there. No. So you don't use that as an excuse. You and Gizmo have this thing where y'all try to create a narrative. And y'all try to convince people to fall into your narrative that you two try to just create out of nowhere. Like, I don't like this player. So let me create this narrative about, his teammates don't trust him. Thibodeau's only playing him because everybody else is hurt. No. Stop doing this to our viewers, Chuck. And Guillermo, listening. Y'all have this narrative that y'all like to just make up and try to force at everybody that to bring down the value of Kevin Knox.
Hey Chuck, real quick, that other than the Toronto game, you've played hoop. It's to the kid's defense, you can't get into a rhythm getting just 3 shots or 4 shots. How are you supposed to get into a rhythm like that? You got in Toronto, he got more touches and he had more points and more production.
Well, he can't get his own shot. That's on him. Let
me break this down again, because clearly this don't make no sense. Knox took 3 shots tonight. 2 of them was on a fast break. So how was that creating his own shot? He was on a fast break. I mean, I don't understand what else. Obviously, he has to be assistant. It was a fast break. It was a 2-on-3. If you ever play pickup basketball, that's what it is.
For that. I'm not knocking him for that.
You say he can't create. You say he took 3 shots. All of them were assisted. That's not.
Yeah, but
he got 2 of them on a fast break. So there's like you were knocking him tonight because he got 2 of his points on fast break.
In general, that's
I'm full. I ate before I'm eating. I don't want to have to eat you up tonight.
That you can't.
Okay, because that's what I'm doing. Because your argument they're not. Listen, I'm not gonna have you pull a Sam Ficken and move these goalposts to make these kicks. Okay, I'm not doing it, Sam Ficken.
No, the point was he can't create his own shot. And I use
that is ridiculous. Kevin, look at the Toronto tape. How about look at the Toronto game? because in that game, Kevin Knox was creating his own shots. He got the ball and he did something with it.
When they left him open?
No, he put the ball on the floor.
He
When he
went
got the ball, put the ball on the floor and did something with it.
Did he go by somebody?
Yes, he did. 3 times, actually.
That's a lie.
Look at the tape.
They probably was in the facility. But he ain't go by. He ain't
He had it.
off the dribble.
No, yeah, he did. He did.
Well, you need to.
2 times he went to the hole, had a dunk and the floater, and the 3rd time he pumped. Well, technically it was a pump fake and had a little baseline mid-range jump shot, that 15-footer jump shot on the baseline.
All right, so
okay?
why
don't lie.
All right, so why don't he do that more often? Since when he get the ball and his man is on him, he always give it up. Why don't his man
get the ball and he drives and kicks? Because that is what Tom Thibodeau wants from that position. As Tom Thibodeau has said it on the record on numerous occasions.
That's what I want to
on numerous occasions, Tom Thibodeau says the good offense is when the defenses collapse and you kick it out to an open shooter. That's what Kevin Knox does routinely. Those shots, the last game, when Kevin Knox drove and kicked it out to RJ and Rivers on those 2 assists that he had, he drove, collapsed defense, and passed out to the open shooter.
You guys are spending so much time talking about.
Yeah, right, and it's not right. This
because he couldn't answer the question.
This is not right.
Yo, this guy is.
You got to quit falling for this. You fall.
What can he have his hat on? What can he have?
Rob, I'm not going to have him talk about my boy.
Other people that might defend you. Look, Kevin, other people that might defend you if you give us a chance.
You asked me. Yeah. So I was answering his question
for you. I can honestly defend this for you.
All right, try it.
Number one, look at Knox like this here. Take out last year and the year before. Let's rip up both years. Knox is being rebuilt in the image of Tibbs. Tibbs told Knox, this is what I want you to do. You're going to have to defend first before I put you on the floor. Knox bought in. Knox is defending. Knox is doing that on the defensive end every night.
Hey Chuck, can we agree that that his defensive plays at a whole nother level than we've ever seen?
We don't have to ask Chuck that. We all know that. Now, going further on Knox, he's doing what he has to do. He's being totally rebuilt. And this is the beginning stages of Knox. He's playing defense now. He's taking open shots. He's running the floor. He's doing things to help the team win.
Moving the ball.
The play that Knox made today, the block and the throwing the ball back in bounds.
Second game in a row that his play was really that started the change for our team.
Impacting the game right now. That's all we need to worry about. All of this, what Knox is going to do later, what he's been doing, that doesn't even count right now. Knox is contributing to winning basketball. Anybody asks you anything about Knox, Kev, just say he's contributing to winning basketball.
The plays about everybody on the team if you want to be technical.
The plays that he's making, and let's see how he develops. He's being built in the image of Tibbs. Tibbs just scratched everything for the last 2 years with Knox. And what we're seeing right now, we like what we're seeing. Chuck might not, but the rest of the Knicks fans
you think this team is 0-8.
Like we like what we're seeing from Knox. And we're gonna see more because we know what he has to offer. And it's gonna show his confidence is being built on the defensive end. Let's live with that. Let's live with that right now.
I want to ask Chuck one question.
Chuck is just gonna hate.
I want to ask Chuck.
I'm giving you numbers. He's shooting 39% from the field.
So what?
It's misleading though.
Kevin Mitchell was shooting 41% from the field.
The kid's not getting the attempts he should.
But he's contributing to winning basketball. Anybody ask you anything about Knox, Kev? He's contributing to winning basketball right now. When it gets better, we'll all see it. Bottom line.
I do want to ask Chuck one question.
Go ahead. That was.
You played 8 games this season, right?
Yeah, 5 and 3.
Going into any of these 8 games, did you think we was going to beat any of them? Being honest, did you honestly think that we was gonna win any? Going in because knowing you, we're gonna lose this game, and then we come out and you be happy. But I want to ask you, going in, and because I can rewind all the tapes and all the shows you own, And I want to know, honestly, going into these 8 games, did you honestly think we was going to win any of them?
1-7, 2-6. Exactly. I think you're right, Kev. Everybody's like, man, we're playing some powerhouses. We're not going to.
The next one. Yeah.
The next one? So you thought we were going to be 0-8 going into Oklahoma?
Well, I took it a game at a time. I didn't jump to 0-8 from the beginning.
No, but I'm saying game by game, going into it, did you think we was going to win any of these games?
No.
Wow. So you thought we was going to be 0-8?
I thought we was going to win the next one.
Okay. No. I said I'm talking about the first 8, the 8 that we played.
Yeah.
Going into them, do you think we was going to win any of them?
No.
And you were a Knicks fan, right?
Did you see the schedule?
Yeah, I saw it.
All right.
So you didn't think it was going to be Cleveland? Not even Cleveland?
No.
Wow. Even though we just destroyed Cleveland in the preseason twice, but you thought we was going to lose them too. Okay. I just want to know. I just wanted to see what Chuck's fandom was. But now I'm good. Now I know.
You just wish somebody getting hurt. What you talking about? You just wish Reggie Bullock missed.
I just wish that Reggie Bullock got hurt.
You
never heard me say I want Reggie Bullock hurt.
You said
I never said that.
You said
You was cool with it. You was cool with it.
You want him to miss every shot he took.
What does that have to do with the overall team? The overall team is fine about Reggie Bullock.
That's way worse than me predicting a final score.
Why? Because I want Reggie Bullock to miss every shot he takes?
Yeah. I'm not saying I want. I'm not saying.
Because I don't like Reggie Bullock, but you are going against the entire team.
Because I thought these teams was better.
Guys, I gotta go. I appreciate you guys. All I gotta say is Austin Rivers is the truth. And yeah, man, let's go Knicks.
Hey Mo, thank you for the info. I appreciate it, and thank you. You're great on the panel. We really enjoy you. You add a lot, man.
No, you're doing a great job, Steve. Thank you so much, man. Peace.
Try. All right, man. Take care. Hey, a quick shout out to Pedro Matos for a super chat. Hi, Pedro. Hope all is well. Thank you again for your generosity. He said Knox is being rebuilt in the image of Tibbs, a short, fat, bald guy. He already plays like that. Problem is, Knicks is all glimpses, no substance. Pedro, I really appreciate the super chat, but I totally disagree with your comments.
Tell him next time, do 20 for that one.
Yeah, but I
Hey,
think we're seeing Tibbs come into his own.
I'm actually about to leave and go home, which takes me about 30 minutes. So I'll probably have to jump back. I had to jump out and I'll have to jump back in because I'm leaving here at 2 because he can handle the rest. I'm going home. So
I may not be here when you come back, but Kev,
I'm sure if Freezy's in, he'll probably just let me in.
Yeah.
Now I'll probably catch y'all tomorrow because I'm not working tomorrow night. I'm just not doing it.
Yo, missed you yesterday, man, my brother.
Defend Knox on what they think he should be. Look at what he's doing now and defend that every night.
Well, my thing, like I said, everybody knows that I am the president Knoxer here. And
you gotta be real with it, though. You got to be real at what you see. That's all you need to talk about is what you see, not what's gonna happen. He's contributing to winning basketball.
No, I mean my thing is I like to think that
he was on the court for 15 minutes. He scored 7 points. That's good right there. He's scoring there every minute.
And he played very good defense.
That's right. Every other minute, Knox is putting a point on the board, and he's playing defense. And he blocked.
I
that was a huge block shot.
That eventually he will overtake Reggie Bullock, but
he will.
Yeah, let me get out of here because I got it ready to go.
All right, man.
But I'll probably holler at y'all in a little bit when I get home.
All right.
Good seeing you, my friend.
Don't let Chuck run over these lies either.
Chuck is cool.
I call him Sam Ficken from now on.
I already won that. Knox don't do nothing better than Reggie Bullock. How about that?
I'm getting.
How about that?
Well, fellas, the next topic we're going to talk about is something real positive. We're going to be talking about Austin Rivers, man. I think this kudos to the Knicks front office. This has been a wonderful pickup for us. His leadership and what he's doing with no practice, man. Each game, what a money player. So first half, Rivers, 9 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, no turnovers. He finished the game with 23 points, 9 for 14 shooting, 5 for 7 from 3. Big time. 0-0. Didn't get to the foul line at all. 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, no blocks, only 1 turnover for the whole game, 1 personal foul for the whole game, 32 minutes, and he was a +2. And just real quick, my notes for the game tonight. Nice layup in 2, a nice layup in the paint for 2. Beautiful floater in the paint for 2. Hits 3 from a pass from Quick. Misses floater in paint. Misses an in and out 3. Beautiful reverse layup for 2. Misses a 3 from a pass from Mitch. Great defense on Conley on a missed shot. Swipes ball away from Ingles, leading to an RJ jam and Knicks 78-75 lead. Misses a floater in the paint. Rivers gives up a 3 to pass to Bullock, who hits a 3. Wow, what an unselfish play. Hits a 3 over Gobert as the shot clock's running out. 3rd game in a row with a big 3. Hits a floater as shot clock's running out. Knicks up 101-96. Hits another 3 as the shot clock's running out. Hits another 3 on a screen by Randall. It was a very good screen. Just real quick, some of the guys were reminiscing yesterday, and they brought up Kurt Thomas, and they were saying some not the most the nicest things about him. Let me tell you, these guys could take lessons from setting a screen by Kurt Thomas, and that was a nice screen by Randall. He hits another 3 with 47 seconds to go to put the Knicks up by 10, 110-100. He scored the last 14 points for the Knicks, and that finished up my notes on him for tonight. So let me kick it to you, Rob. What'd you think about Austin tonight?
Okay, yeah, let me tell you something about Austin what people fail to realize though, but no. Tibbs played under his dad. He used to come to the practices all the time. So with him coming to the practices and his dad being the coach, wouldn't it be easy to say that Rivers knows the offense? Rivers knows the defensive sets. He knew the defensive sets in the offense ever since he was 16 years old. So when he found out that Tibbs would, this is my theory on him. And him already knowing the offenses, I think that was one of the reasons why he chose the Knicks. He already knows the offense. He knows the defensive sets. It's so easy for him to fit in with Tibbs. He watched the offense for 6 or 7 years. So when he was hurt, it wasn't like he already was past the learning curve because he already knew. All he had to do was get in shape and execute what he already known. And that's what he done. So with his play tonight was spectacular, and you're going to see more of that. You're going to see a lot more of that because he's familiar.
Did you see his play? The kids on the bench and everyone running up to him like, man, he was electric.
He knows the offense better than any Knick player on the team. He knows the defense better than any Knick player on the team, and it shows when he's on the court. That's how come he looks so comfortable out there. All he has to do is make the shots that he know he can hit. It's nothing spectacular going on with Rivers. Rivers he's great for New York. He's great for this offense, and he's great for the defense. He knows all the sets, and he plays accordingly. He's always in the right spot.
Yeah, there was a play where the Jazz were shooting a foul shot, and Rivers was behind the key, and so was Quick. And you could see Rivers talking to him, that they were communicating with each other what to do and everything. So we haven't had a real floor general or a coach on the floor for a long time, man. And bringing somebody with this intelligence in there, man, it's a pleasure. A great signing again by our front office.
Look, when he was in Houston and they was playing against the Clippers, he gave his pops fits. I don't know. Everybody probably remember that the special play when Rivers was telling the ref to throw Doc out the game because he beat him to the play, and he knew what the play was, and he beat him to the play, his dad got mad at the ref that he slipped the screen. Something was an illegal screen, but Rivers slipped it. His dad got mad, argued with him, and Rivers was telling him, throw him out the game, throw him out the game. He was telling the ref to throw his dad out the game. And Houston wound up winning that game. And but like you say, he's so familiar with it, and all we got to do is all we watching with Rivers is good play. And it trickles down to all the rest of the players. And that's the reason why Rivers is not having a problem. That's the reason why Rivers can jump off. He can come out running. And Rivers comes out running from soon as he got hurt. And then soon all he had to do was get healthy. It wasn't nothing about the training and everything because he already knows everything. He's the most experienced player on the court when it comes to Tibbs. And it shows.
Absolutely. Hey, Chuck, you want to take it?
Yeah. I don't contribute. I don't contribute anything. I don't contribute Rivers' play to him knowing the offense. I just think he's tough to guard one-on-one. It ain't so much his handle; it's his body movement. He is herky jerky and the quick twitch in his first step,
and very good handles.
That too, but everything all together. It's a combination. And tonight he was in a zone. He was in his zone. But besides that, he can pretty much beat his man at will. So he's not reliant on any offensive sets. You give him the ball, clear it out, and let him go. And he can take his man.
You know, a lot of people don't know when he went to Duke, man. He was the man. You know, in high school, he was like one of the most. So this is a very talented guy.
And he's basically the starter coming off the bench. I say that because he's going to be getting starter minutes.
Absolutely. So, hey, Freezy, you there, my friend?
Yep. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Good.
Hey, Freeze.
Yeah. Yep.
Congratulations, we hit the 1,200 subscriber milestone, man.
Damn. Oh, we are rocking and rolling.
Yeah, 124 likes already. 160 people in the chat. Thank you, family. Thank you so much for all your support, both in the Knicks Morning Drive, a great show, and Knicks at Night, man. Everything together. The magic is happening.
Yeah, man. Hey, you getting out of here?
I am getting out of here. So thank you so much. Just a quick, again, shout out to the chat. Love you guys. And just please hit those like, subscribe, and remind the bells so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night, Knicks Morning Drive broadcasts. Please share this link on your favorite social media platform so we can grow the Lawrence Tears family. Thanks again for getting us over the 1,200 subscriber milestone. 1,500, here we come. We greatly appreciate it. And also shout out to the best mods in the land, Bodega Wi-Fi, Sim Singh, and the new Knicks. Really appreciate it. Love you guys. I'll catch you soon. Take care. Have a good night.
All right, man. Get out of here in peace. I'm hanging around though.
I know what I always call it with Freezy behind the scenes, that when I do the gig to 2, it's Knicks at Night, and then Freezy takes the Knicks at Night after hours from that point on.
This
so
is the after
enjoy
party right here.
Exactly. Enjoy the after hours, my friends, and my family. Take care.
All right, man. All right. Yo. So let me ask, because I missed part of y'all reaction to the Knicks win over the Jazz. Are y'all impressed by that, or y'all still feel like it's early?
You say what?
You impressed by this 5-3 record, or you still think it's too early?
I'm impressed with every win.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with every win that we do, but like we was talking about yesterday, we knew that that was going to be like a hard fought win. That team matches up with us pretty good, but then the magic took over in the second half, and we took it to the house.
Right. This is a team right here, man. This is not a one man show. It's not if everything goes right. This team is a grinder. You know, they continue to grind out every possession all game long, and they play hard, man.
To me, it's two on the pass. You know, like spades. It's
Yeah.
two on the pass. It's a 2-man show, and then there's always that possible. Tonight, Rivers was the possible.
Okay.
Know what I'm saying? So you always need that third person though. We just don't know who it's gonna be night in, night out. But if you could find that, if you could find a steady third, then we going somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
I
yeah.
think we got the steady third. I think it's Burks.
Oh, you think it's Burks?
Yep.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I haven't seen him in a minute. But.
Yeah, I think it's Burks, man, and it's not just because of his scoring or the way that he scores, but it's his impact on the offense while he on the floor. Like he provides balance, like between RJ and Julius. You know what I'm saying? Like the dude knows when to shoot, he knows when to pass. You know what I'm saying? He knows when to get others involved, but in the meantime, while he's the maestro, he's always looking to get his. If there's a chance, if there's an opening for him to get his, he'll try to get it. But he's not trying to be the number one scoring option or the number 2 scoring option. But if there's an opening for him to get it, he'll try to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Man, y'all don't have, Chubby, you ain't got nothing to say, man. While the Knicks winning, what's happening?
I've been saying something all night.
He don't have nothing to say.
I've been saying. What do you mean I ain't saying that? I've been saying something all night.
It's supposed to be 0-8 with him. You talking about winning, Freezy? You don't got nothing to say.
Oh,
We supposed to be 0-8.
I forgot. You're right.
I've been talking all night. As long as Peyton have games like this, it's gonna be hard to beat us.
Right.
And he had what two or three of them so far.
Right.
Yeah.
Where was this at last year?
From who? Peyton?
Well, I think last year the setup with him, the difference between Peyton this year and Peyton last year was the instructions he was getting about the team. I think that old dirtbag, the used car salesman,
Mike Miller,
was telling him you set up the team, you run the team, you run the offense, you make the correct passes, but he was never told to look for a shot. It just seems though this year they said, look, when you get in that lane, you look for your shot. We don't need you just backing out and resetting the offense when you're right there for the basket. And he's looking for that. So they said it's okay for you to put up 15 shots inside the paint because you can get in the paint.
Right.
And the instructions are better for each player. And it's showing on the court.
This is true because he carries that label as pass first point guard. And for a pass first point guard to take 15 shots, that's a lot.
That's a lot, right?
That's a whole lot. Picture Mark Jackson taking 15. Nah, but he's doing his job with the assist too. You know what I'm saying? With distributing 8 assists. So his all around game is heightened up under. It looked like he got more confidence under Tisdale. I'm not to. Shit. Excuse me. Tibbs. There you go. He got more confidence under Tibbs.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. He playing with. They all playing with confidence. Well, except for Knox, but everybody else is playing with mad confidence.
It just seemed like to me that my man is playing for his life. You know what I'm saying? Like if he didn't have motivation from quickly taking his job, he'd be the same old dude. Because he threw out some clunkers this year too. You know what I'm saying? I ain't getting it twisted with where, I think Elfrid Payton played like this every day because he don't.
Yeah, nah. He ain't gonna. Like, he's not that type of shooter. But go ahead.
Yeah. So I think it's more like he know if he throw out 3 or 4 more clunkers, quickly gonna get that job and may never give it back. You know what I'm saying? And I know that sounds like the most obvious answer in the world, but if you look at it from Elfrid Payton's perspective, you know what I'm saying? You like, yo, this new dude coming on the job and he can do all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And they're already complaining about me. Yo, I need to tighten my game up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
he know his weaknesses. That's why he's taking way more layups than jumpers. He's turning down a lot of jump shots and going to the basket. So at least he recognized his weakness.
yeah, that's true. That's true. So Chuck, I think this team is a 6 seed in the East, and I said that about when did I say that? When did I first say that out loud? Last week?
Nah, that was like 2 days ago or something like that.
Okay, yeah. So I think this team is a 6 seed in the East, and the reason why I think that is because we think about this. We just knocked off the Utah Jazz, and we were without our backup power forward and our 6 man. And Frank didn't play. Why you laughing? Why you laughing at me? That ain't funny. That ain't funny. Hey, Frank can add something to the equation.
Yeah, for Utah's benefit.
No, man. And the Frankers have been mighty quiet too here recently.
No, like they said earlier, you got 2 teams with season-ending injuries with Orlando and Detroit at the point guard position. So we might be getting some calls.
Who at the point guard position for Detroit?
Fultz and then Killian Hayes
is out for the season.
Yeah.
No, Killian is not out. He's just indefinite. He got a hip. He got a hip latitude something with his hip. He's out indefinite, but he's not out for the season. Fultz is out for the season.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got an ACL.
Oh wow, man!
But that's just gonna open it up for Cole. But I'm sure they got another second. They got another point guard on the roster. Orlando do.
Yeah, they'll find somebody.
I don't think they was just carrying 2 point guards.
Yeah, they'll find somebody.
Yeah, Jonathan said, torn hip labrum.
Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, he gonna be out for a while.
Yeah, they said indefinite. Yeah, he might be out to about maybe sometime in February, March.
Maybe the season.
So. Yeah. Yeah, man. Oh my God.
Yeah, they didn't say the season, so they probably gonna.
Sometimes they don't say that indefinitely be the season a lot of times.
Yeah, I had I was in a car accident and had a stretched hip labrum, and dog, when I tell you I couldn't walk, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy, and I'm talking about for a while. It was more than 3 or 4 months.
Yeah. He done.
So, yeah. So, hey man, I'm gonna say these few couple things. I don't know if y'all touched on it or not, but I'm open to the possibility of bringing Taj Gibson back. So there was rumors that there is mutual interest between both parties. So I'm open to bringing Taj back. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know if y'all know this, but I kind of prefer Taj over Nerlens Noel. I mean, I don't know what's going on with Nerlens Noel. I don't know if he was playing hurt or not, but he looked good early when everybody else was rusty, trying to get back into shape. But then when the whole team got up to speed, he looked like a random backup big. I mean, and to me, and that the Andre Drummond game just said, just showed me, man, we need somebody a little bit tougher down there.
I would like a bigger body because Taj is only 6'9".
Right.
Yeah, I would like somebody bigger.
I was thinking more like Paul Gasol myself.
Is he out there?
Yeah, he's not on the team.
Is he retired?
No, he hasn't retired, but he's just not on the team. I think his length 7'2". He can pass and he can shoot.
Yeah, definitely. And we run some triangle too, and he used to thrive in that triangle.
Yeah, no doubt, he can do it all.
Well, he used to be able to do it all. You think he still got something left in the tank?
Well, I would say so. You're only going to bring them in between 10 to 15 minutes a game. Breather from, that'll get a breather, that'll get breather,
Right.
And then Obi can play on the floor with them, so it'll help the team as a team.
Right. So what do y'all think about this kid, Obi? What's your first impression of him?
Well, Obi is to the point right now, we going on like pretty much what we seen, and really he got hurt too early. It's really, anybody that make a comment on them that on him is pretty much guessing at this time. But from what I see, I think that he's going to be a good ball player. I think he's going to be something that we can use.
I see an oversized small forward that dominated teenagers in college, and it's not translating to the NBA with the big boys. And so he's relying on the jump shot, which isn't what he thought it was going to be. So that stretch four narrative is slowly going out the window. And so he's going to have to develop some not back to the basket moves, because that's not his game, but facing the basket and getting by his man and beating his man off the dribble and attacking the rim that way.
Wow.
So,
wow.
Yeah.
Chuck, what do you think about the Amari Blake comparisons that he's gotten early?
Amari Stoudemire and Blake Griffin?
Like those comparisons that he was getting coming into the league. What do you think about those?
I never agreed with that. I thought those were ridiculous. To me, he's Knox with hops.
So you think you don't have high hopes for him turning out to be a good player?
Man, an average player, but a franchise player, no. People gave him the franchise tag right away, and I don't see a franchise player. He got a lot of developing to go, but he's 22. We ain't talking about an 18, 19-year-old kid. You know what I'm saying? So the clock started on him already.
Oh, Chuck.
Yeah, my view is, let's say if Chuck, if you're correct, and then I think the front office basically, when it comes to Obi Toppin, completely swung and missed, because they knew, or they had to know going in what type of system Thibodeau was going to run, and if Thibodeau was a slow-paced half-court type of system, why would they have then bring in an open court, fast-paced type of player like Obi, who's gonna then struggle in that type of offense that Tibbs is bringing in? So yeah, so if that's the case, if you're right, then I have to look at the front office and basically look at them and say, man, you kind of misevaluated what you're going to run versus what you're going to be drafted,
And I think we felt that way about Peyton too, because what he was running was leaving the guards wide open for jump shots. So Peyton was struggling his first couple of games because he ran a lot of triangle, and Peyton is not a triangle guard, right? So they changed up the offense and ran different sets to benefit Peyton. But back to Obi. I think they fell in love with the college stats and the fact that he was so-called the most NBA ready, but that was also based on his age. He was the oldest rookie. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I don't like when people say the best player available. Because to me, you don't know who the best player available is until later on, right? Nobody like who knew Luka was the best player available, right? But he was. But
oh my God, I
I
can't
think you have
believe.
to look at the best player available in relationship to the type of system you want to run. Not the best player available that's left on the board. More like the best player available based on what you're looking to do on the court.
all right, so then they should have took Naismith.
Exactly. Or yeah, or even Halliburton, because they still needed a point guard.
I mean, if they knew how Randall was going to end up playing, then I can't see a scenario where they would have picked him.
No,
But
that's what I was saying.
I just don't
right.
think I don't think anyone expected Randall to put it together the way he has so far. Even as every time a new coach gets hired in the offseason, he's working through his system. They're talking to the players, they're installing the playbook and all that stuff. But you still never know how a player is going to pan out in the system, even if you think it's designed to. And I think they were on the same bandwagon as all of us. They probably were going to look to trade Randall, and now
No,
I don't know how you do that.
He forced them not to. I was even saying the other night. I think Randall took them all by surprise.
And I don't. And here's the.
I don't see how he was their best player last year. Like,
what's wrong with depth at that position? Now Randall is playing 42 minutes. People got a problem with that. You got a seasoned rookie under him. What's wrong with the Knicks having depth at that position?
Yeah, but you don't use the 8th pick for depth, Rob.
Any pick for your team. Any pick.
Like I said yesterday, you build your starters before you build your bench.
Just because you're a lottery pick doesn't mean you're going to succeed in this league. Look at the first pick, that Bennett pick. He was the #1 pick. Just because you're a lottery pick doesn't mean you're going to succeed in this league. It's all on expectations. So us having depth at that position, it's nothing wrong with that.
Why are you getting depth before you get the front line?
We didn't know what Randall was going to do, but now that we have him, it's nothing wrong with the depth.
But we already had him. It ain't like we got him at the same time.
Tradable the way he played last year.
Okay, Rob, we went into the lottery needing what?
We don't know what we need.
Breezy. Debate
yes,
time,
we
Breezy.
do.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we do. All right.
We needed a lot.
Yeah. It's as far as starters, right? As far as starters, how many legit starters did we have coming into the lottery? We had RJ, Randall. Whoa. We had RJ, Randall, and Mitch, right? If you want to count Mitch as a legit starter, I'll give you that. I don't see him, but RJ, Randall, and Mitch, right? Who else was legit starters at the? You counting Peyton? No, you're not.
Nobody.
That's it. So you got 2 spots that you need to start legit starters at: shooting guard and point guard. So what did we do? We ignored that and drafted a power forward for depth. Why would you go depth when you got 2 spots open?
No, that's one way to look at it. You can also
that's the best way to look at it. You build the starters. You build the starters before you build the bench.
I'm not saying that, but see, that's not what I'm saying. Understand what I'm saying. If we went into the draft thinking as management that, okay, well, he didn't give us what we signed him up for, but we still have him on a favorable contract. Let's draft Obi and see how this pans out. We was in a situation that we could do that.
Oh, no.
And we did it.
Hey, depth, you do that in free agency, Rob. That's
we
what
5-3 with the move that we made.
You do depth in free agency. That's where that's where Christian Woods would have came in.
Look, we had him.
He wanted depth.
The contract that we got Randall on is favorable around the league, not just us. Anybody would have picked up that contract. We was holding the cards. Now he's outplaying his contract. We have somebody that can replace him. Not to say now down the line, if Obi learns what he needs to learn and he becomes a 20-point scorer. Randall is more of a bargaining chip around the league based on his play. So we still holding all the cards.
But I think the original question is Obi a usable asset based on how Tibbs runs his offense versus how Obi plays?
I said we don't know yet.
He's definitely not a 3. You can't.
He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't have the versatility. I don't think he has the footwork to be.
After one game, he played what 1-2 games.
Yeah, I'm gonna reserve judgment because you see guys like Elfrid Payton, how they've been up and down, and recently Payton has picked it up. If we were just judging Payton on the few bad games where he started, then we had him out of the rotation completely.
Yeah, I would say we just don't know yet.
So I'm gonna reserve judgment. However, the concern that I have now, do you guys hear an echo or am I bugging?
No, that's me. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I thought maybe it was me. The concern that I have now, though, presently, is how do we even know that Obi's going to even get playing time?
Because Randall can't play. Randall can't play 40 minutes every night, even if he gets 20 minutes.
Yeah, but you're right. Fundamentally, you're right. But we're talking about Tibbs. And Tibbs, if you saw the way he's played the last 2 games, especially yesterday, he knows the hype that Quickly has gotten. And he didn't even get a chance in the second half. And I don't think, he is concerned about people's draft status. As you can see, the way he's running the team and the way he's distributing minutes, he has 100% autonomy on how he's going to run this team. And if the Knicks are winning, Tibbs has credibility internally. So I'm not saying that he's going to be DMPs. I'm not saying that. Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is for a number 8 pick, I'm concerned that Obi's going to get. Is he going to get more than 20 minutes?
Nah.
If Randall is still playing the way he's playing, what's to say that you have to? Why would you all of a sudden now play Randall for 32 minutes? You're going to have to play him high. I'm not saying 40 something, but he's going to have to be up there in the high 30s.
That's what I'm saying. It's okay if in Obi's first season, it's okay for him to average 20 minutes. It's not a problem.
Where's he getting 20 minutes from?
It's not a problem.
And you see that's my concern is he where it because the thing that I'm looking at it from the coach's perspective, from how I want it, I would love 9 or 10 man, especially in the regular season. But after the last 2 games, I'm starting to kind of just try to see it the way Tibbs is doing it. I'm a little concerned about it because I don't know that it's sustainable. But that's if they're winning, he's going to continue to do it.
Hey, the situation reminds me of, and I don't know if y'all remember this name or not. I love Obi, but right now Obi looks like Charles Smith. You remember Charles Smith?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a 6'10", run fast runner, jumper, but you know what he can do. You know what I'm saying? He runs real fast, jump real high, but in terms of his discernible basketball skill, you don't know. That's what I think we are right now. With Obi is looking like Charles Smith to me. Somebody that can get minutes at the 3, 4, and 5. And I'm saying get minutes. I'm not saying heavy minutes. I'm not saying start him at the 3. That's not what I'm saying. And I'm not saying that's not what I'm saying. What
Charles
I'm saying
Smith
is
was a starter for a long time.
Huh?
Charles Smith was a starter for a long time.
Yeah, Charles Smith was a good athlete.
Yeah,
I'm not
for a long time.
Yeah, but style of play, Rob. Style of play.
Yeah,
a bench guy.
Yeah, I'm not judging them. And Obi's a bust or Charles Smith was a bust. I'm just saying that they remind me of each other. Like Charles Smith got minutes at the 3, the 4, and the 5. So
A versatile player. Why not have a versatile player? He's not making a whole bunch of money. I don't see what the problem is right now.
Yeah, right now.
I didn't say I had a problem with him.
No, I didn't say you. I said me. I don't see the problem.
If Randall continues to play the way he's playing now, if he continues to play at this level, I mean, long term, looking at it from a long term perspective, you're either going to have to figure out a way for Obi to learn to play with Randall. You're either going to have to figure that out. You're going to have to be content with him being a player off the bench, turn him into kind of a six-man, or, which is probably the worst option, you're going to have to see if you can develop him into a three, because again, the caveat here is if Randall continues to play this way, why would we even look to trade him? Why would we even look for any? How about, you know what? We are developing a play. We're seeing before our eyes a player that's ascending and maybe has finally is putting it together. The problem is it's hard to see it that way because since he came to the league so young, sometimes you like to put a player in a certain perspective and you leave it that way. But he's 26 and he's about to enter his prime starting next year. They say 27, 28 is when you're about to enter it. Why would we even look? I mean, if I'm the Knicks now, I'm not even taking phone calls. You better come correct. And if that's the case, if you're not going to, trade him, because how could you? Then those are the three options in front of you for Obi.
No, there's one more. There's one more option that you're not even thinking about. Ask yourself this. What do you owe Obi Toppins as a Knick organization right now when you got Randall?
Nothing.
What do you really owe him?
No, you control his contract.
There's no problem. You don't owe him anything.
Rob, let me ask you this: who you think would be a better fit for this Knicks team? Vassell, Neesmith, Halliburton, or Obi?
Okay, for Vassell, that's taking minutes from RJ. You're in the same situation.
It's not. No, it's not, because you could play either one of them as small forward or shooting guard.
Yeah,
but you don't know what you can do with Obi right now. It's one game he played.
All right, go ahead. All right, go to the next one. Halliburton,
point guard, and then I'm happy quickly, so I don't need him.
The question was, who would you rather have out of those three?
I would rather have Obi right now. I would rather have Obi until.
No, man, you said the question was, who would you rather have out of the four? It's four players you're comparing.
Oh, okay, four.
Right now, I'm happy with what the Knicks pick, even though Randall is playing the way that he's playing. I'm glad he's playing that way. That gives us depth. We can figure out what we want to do with Obi. It might be Obi the one who gets traded. We don't know. I'm happy with what we got. We have an asset right now.
Those other guys fill a hole. Obi didn't fill a hole. Obi
to the Knicks organization
added to something we had already. Those other guys fill a hole.
It gives you depth. It gives you depth at that position.
Can I ask y'all? I want to interject something. Let's say if we took a point guard at 8. I'm not sure if any of y'all have the information at hand, but what power forward was available right around the pick where we took quickly? I think we took him at around 25.
Right.
Yeah.
Were there any serviceable power forwards that are currently playing that are producing right now at that number, the 25 pick where we took quickly? Let's say if we flip-flopped it. Let's say if we took a point guard at 8 and a power forward at 25. Would there have been any power forwards around that number that any of you would have been happy with taking?
Tyler Bay would have been perfect. You could have came out of there with Kira Lewis and Tyler Bay, and they would have fit in perfect with this roster.
You said who you said?
Tyler Bay.
Tyler Bay would have been perfect because Tyler Bay could have played small forward and power forward, and he's a defender that's just a spot 3-point shooter on offense. So you wouldn't have to run plays for him on offense for him to get his. He's more like a junk dog type, like get offensive rebounds and putbacks, dunks on the break, stuff like that. He'd have been more athlete, more, you know what I'm saying? Now the 3-point shooting is not gonna be high, but it's gonna be consistent. Like he ain't gonna shoot 39%, but he'll knock down consistent 35%. You know what I'm saying? Like he ain't gonna have those 6 for 7 games like Knox, but he definitely, if there's a wide open 3-point make, he'll make it. And then is what he is. I mean, bro, we could have had Kira, Talibé, and Emmanuel quickly. We drafted Daniel Arturo before quickly. We drafted 3 times in the first round, and then but traded one of the guys away.
Made no sense.
See,
And then at that time, let me ask you a question.
I don't know if I agree with that.
And then, look, this is the question I asked. And then what? You gonna expect Randall to play 40 minutes a game for the rest of the year?
No, he ain't playing minutes the rest of the year.
Okay, so who's going to play behind him?
Oh,
wouldn't Talibé fall in behind Randall?
No.
If we went with that scenario, if we took Talibé at 25, let's say, if he was available, let's say, couldn't he have then slipped in behind Randall and come off the bench for Randall at power forward?
He's not a 4.
Yeah, he could have backed up RJ and
he would have backed up RJ and the point in the shooting guard. He's not a 4.
Somebody said
Talibé is not a 4.
Yeah, dog. He played at Colorado.
Well, he's playing the 3 now in the NBA.
He's 6'7".
Yeah, but he's not a combo wing like that where he hands the ball like a shooting guard. He's 6'7". Yeah, 6'7", 215.
He's not playing the pop. So, like, my point is, then who's going to back up Randall?
That would have been okay.
I mean, the whole idea of, and I guess we'll never know, but sometimes you try to look at indicators, you try to look at some sort of clues.
You got the third pick not starting. Melo is not starting, but he's getting minutes.
So I'm looking at the actual draft and how it happened. And Quickly was the 25th pick, obviously, and he was the point guard, shooting guard. The next pick after that was Peyton Pritchard, who's a point guard. Then you have Makiley Flynn at 29, who's a point guard. And in the second round, the first pick of the second round, you had another point guard at Tyrell Terry. And then you had Theo Maladin a few picks later as a point guard. So after Quickly, you had a span of like 4 or 5 point guards just go in a flurry, which tells me Quickly could have gone in any of those picks because those teams were obviously targeting point guards. And who's to say that Quickly wasn't number 1 or number 2 or number 3 on their board? So when I look at those clues, I say, okay, if we would have taken the risk and waited till 33 or whatever it was, he might have been gone by then. Considering the point guards that were taken after.
They all were mocked ahead of him. He was marked 40 something in all of mocks.
But when you look at this draft without no NCAA tournament, a lot of the scouts blew on a lot of things, and you're going to see it at the end of this year. Without that tournament, they was picking on. You don't know in what organization was on their job that they watched these players. They all probably proceeded that we'll catch them in the tournament. There was no tournament, so a lot of teams were reaching. They said, "Damn, no tournament. We can't really look at these players." There wasn't no tournament. There wasn't no Columbine. So people had to go for what they thought that they needed. This was a different draft.
Yeah. The Knicks reached too.
So let's say, all right, so the draft panned out the way it panned out. We got Obi at 8. Now the question is, once he gets healthy and he does come back onto the court, do we try to custom a system around his play or customize his play around the system?
No, you customize his play around Randall. For Randall, for right now, for when Randall's rest periods, that's what you're going to customize.
Yeah, but you don't want a big drop off. When you sit Randall, you don't want a big drop off in terms of production because Obi is not a strong defender. So it's not like Obi's going to stop the opponent from putting numbers on the board when Randall sits. So you want at least an offensive output from Obi when he relieves Randall for however minutes he does. because defensively he's not going to stop your opponents from scoring at the power forward position. But you then in that case you want him to offensively contribute, so that way when Randall comes back, there's no big gap in the scoring in the score when he's that.
Right? That's the whole thing. You brought up a good point, but that's the whole thing. Right now, we don't know what type of defender he's gonna be with the coaching when he gets healthy. He might pick up on a lot of things that we don't know right now. It's been a lot of players coming into the league that they said on the first thing, oh, he can't play defense. They said that about RJ when he came in. RJ is not going to be a good defender, but now RJ is a good defender.
Rob, that's a good point.
We have to put him in the situation and see, and then make the proper adjustments. We're speculating on what we think this player is going to be. We don't know the attributes of what he's going to bring to the game when he gets there. We have to see it first.
Okay, so let me throw this out at you. Let's say, for instance, right now the Knicks are winning. Hopefully they continue to win. They get into the playoff race. Does our patience with Obi get altered versus, let's say, for instance, okay, not tanking, but we don't have we have no hopes of making it into the playoffs at all. So since we're basically going to go heading back into the lottery anyway, we have the flexibility and the patience to see what we have in Obi. But let's say now we in a playoff race. Does that alter the patience that the Knicks organization is going to have with Obi to see what type of player he is during the season? You know what I mean? Since he's basically the only viable backup to Randall at the moment.
So that's for that point alone. That's why you have to play him, because no matter what, Randall's gonna need rest. So we're gonna have to play him regardless, because he's gonna need rest, and then we can determine what type of player he is going forward. But right now, we don't know.
The offense struggles when Randall's not on the court, and Obi, you're not going to run the offense through Obi when you run it through Randall. He cannot.
We don't know that until Obi gets on the court.
We do know that.
How healthy Obi? He did that calf sprain in game 1, so he was limited in the next game, and then he went on the injured list. So therefore, we don't know.
Yeah, you got to reserve. Come on, Chuck.
Yeah,
you don't know.
You do have to reserve the.
As a bus before he even got there. Now,
No. That's not what I'm saying. First of all, Randall was a triple threat, right? That's part of it. That's part of what makes running the offense through him work, because he could hit the mid range and he could take you down there. Obi not taking you down there.
Look, the best players start. Anything coming off the bench, you're not the best player. So it's going to be limitations because he's not a starter, and we know that Randall is the best player.
That's what I'm saying. So there's going to be a lapse.
Not get on the floor.
You'll see. I can't wait till he comes back.
Yeah, I believe that also. You do have to be. I mean, again, Obi only played a couple of games, so I'm all for seeing what he can contribute.
You know how hard it is to do what Randall's doing?
He doesn't have to do with Randall. He can be on the floor with Burke. If he comes, just say Obi comes in with the second unit and Burke is on the floor. He's going to carry the scoring load. We're not asking for him to lead the charge. We're asking for him to contribute to the game.
No, you asking for him not
to the game.
No, you asking for him not to be a big drop off once he replaces Randall. That's what you're
right.
asking.
I never said that.
No, who knows what I'm saying?
No, I'm saying that it doesn't have to be that, because if another player is picking up the offense and you're playing your position the way that the coach wants you, that's what we asking you to do now. We're not asking you to carry the offense just because you're replacing him. We're asking you to play what the coach told you to play.
Yeah, we're isolating Obi.
Situation. I say all you need to do is contribute to the game. You don't have to be an all-star contributor because he was the 8th pick. For God's sakes, Frank was the 9th pick. Knox was the 7th, or vice versa.
Frank was the 8th. Knox was the 9th.
Okay, so we had an 8th pick that that's contribute to the game lightly, off at all. Now we think Obi might do more, so we're not going to put all the pressure on him because he's backing up Knox. He's a rookie. He has to learn. So the best player for him to learn under would be Randall.
It just take you longer to realize it was a bad pick.
No, I don't think so. I just told you the reasons why every team need depth.
And you don't tank for depth.
We're not tanking for depth.
No, we did.
We had bad coaches.
We had a tank record.
Regardless.
No, you don't make the fans suffer through 21 wins or 22 wins for depth. That's not what you do.
You're looking at a player right now to turn one who you're looking for Obi to change the franchise. I never looked at him like that. Maybe you did.
I ain't say change the franchise. I'm talking about you don't
contribute to the franchise. I think that Obi is going to contribute to the franchise.
Who uses a draft pick on a rebuilding team for depth?
Nobody said we made a bad pick by picking him except for you.
A lot of people don't say
the experts, nobody. The only one who said we made a bad pick is you.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
All right, then I'll be the smartest one in the room then. Okay.
So, that's why you keep getting killed in the chat.
Yeah, because they think like you.
Of course.
Let's draft for depth.
Look, logically,
rebuilding team. Let's build our bench. Forget the starters.
You think like the Claynons. That's how come you lose all the time.
No, you think like you used to be on the bench.
You a Klaynon.
So you feel sympathy for bench players.
Klaynon.
The bench. Forget the starters. Going to build the bench.
My whole take on it is if the Knicks can utilize Obi to emphasize his abilities, to use him so you see the type of player he was in college. Because I'm thinking the Knicks picked him based on what he was doing at Dayton, not based on what he might do in New York. So if they could somehow use him in open court, so he was basically a dunker and a perimeter shooter and a good passer, not a great defender. If they can bring out those attributes, and then my point is completely mute. If they're going to try to change the game of a 22-year-old to fit Tibbs' slower paced half court type system, then that's why I'm bringing out the point that I'm bringing out. Because then in that case, at the 8th pick, you could have used that differently. But if they utilize Obi to bring out the player he was at Dayton and benefits the Knicks in their growth as a team, then my point is completely moot.
Well, what Tibbs said about the Knicks in preseason was this here: he wants to run. Now with these injuries, obviously he can't run, but he did specify he wanted to run. So when Obi gets back, we might see a change in when them young boys get on the court.
That's what I'm hoping too.
You got Quickly, he's gonna run. You got Knox, he's gonna run. We got runners on the team. So therefore, maybe the identity of the team may change a little bit when you see certain players on the floor.
So then basically what you're saying is Obi on a second unit, not Obi as a starter, because right now the starters he has are not a fast-paced unit.
That's why I always said that he would back up Randall. When Randall sits down, maybe the pace of the game is going to change.
That's what I'm hoping too.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. The pick is not a bad pick under no circumstances. I don't see it. That's the worst case scenario. He's backing him like that. That's the worst case scenario. Now, if on the upside he comes into, because people get caught up on these hybrid players who come in at 18 and 19 1 year in, most of them don't make it.
Tibbs never ran with no.
When you look around the league, all of those ones who come in like that, maybe a handful of them turn into starters. Most of them playing in France somewhere, playing in China.
Tibbs don't run. Tibbs don't run. You know why?
He said that he was. He said that. I'm telling you, Chuck said.
Okay, well, he lied.
Okay, well, Chuck knows the team better than we do.
No, it's in his history. He don't run. You know,
His history can change.
well, it ain't changing yet. You know why? Because
he doesn't have the horses.
Because he players 40 minutes a game.
Injuries.
You don't run with that. You don't run with that.
Hey, look at here. I'm going about what Tibbs said. What Tibbs said. What he said. What came out of his mouth. Not my words. His mouth.
All right. Well, we haven't seen it yet.
Okay. Well, then let's get healthy. Let's keep on winning. Tibbs is finding other ways that we're winning. We should be happy with that. When we get our full roster, we will see exactly what we're going to do. Right now, let's be happy with the wins.
All right. Tibbs is known for playing players high minutes, right?
Hey, look at here. Phil Jackson was known for doing a lot of things until he got to New York.
Okay. All right. New York changes everything. But two of his players in the top three in minutes played.
Hey, look at here. When that in preseason, and when that second unit came in, the pace picked up. Now that's being disturbed due to injuries. Let's get healthy. Let's see what we got. I'm not going to sit up here and say that it was a bad pick because honestly, I don't think it was. At the least, we would have depth at that position, and Randall would get rest, and that's a good thing. And on the other hand, Obi will be learning the NBA game at a slower pace. And he can get comfortable with the league. It works for us both ways.
I'm not tripping over this draft because I don't think there's going to be a player, whether it's Vassell or Halliburton. I don't see superstar in them. And you're looking at Halliburton. He was picked just because he dropped. But if you look at that Sacramento Kings situation with Buddy Hield and them giving a max contract to Fox, there's also some trouble there for him to start. And what if in a year or two Vassell is still off the bench as a role player for the Spurs and Halliburton can't crack the starting lineup? What are we saying? It's the same thing.
That's the beauty of it. You don't owe a rookie anything. You can play it until management see change. And right now we don't owe Obi anything. Randall is balling. If you want to pick up minutes, you got to take it now with your style of play and whatever you're going to give to us. If you're not hurting, if you're not helping us, then look, we got to see for you. That's up to Obi to adjust to what we're doing, not for us to adjust to him. We picked him.
And the team is turning out to be better than what we thought. So I think when draft night was here and he was drafted, I think many of us thought, okay, this is a guy we're going to build the offense around this year. He's going to come right in. At that time, we probably thought Randall may have not been here, but it turns out his role is actually going to be diminished because the team around him has actually turned out to be a better team, and which means when he comes off the bench, he may not. I mean, I don't even think he'll be the main guy because if let's say he's coming off the bench with Burks, he doesn't have to be.
Hey,
right?
Look, it's fine.
He could just fit in. He could just flow in.
It's fine, and you're right. It's fine. It's
fine. And it's as far as the defense. I mean, my friend thinks he pulled his calf because he played so hard and so fast for Tibbs. Like he thinks he pushed it a little too much, and that's what actually caused the injury. But he was playing hard in preseason. Now he wasn't playing totally controlled basketball, but I think even his effort is a sign that once he puts it together, he can become a good defender on the Tibbs. I mean, Randall's playing defense. Randall was excited to guard Sabonis in the last game when we played Indiana. And I know a lot of that has to do with Tibbs, Kenny Payne, and Mike Woodson in practice holding him accountable.
Preach. The same coaching all 15 players are getting. And they all bought in. So, therefore, we got something special to look forward to. Let's see it. And let's see what we got. And then we're good.
Yep.
I want to move. I was thinking about something. I just want to get the opinion of the panel. Earlier the panel was talking about RJ and his struggles playing with bigger and faster shooting guards, for instance. I was thinking now that Rivers basically has shown himself to be a productive player, and Burks, I know his timeout has kind of been extended. But let's say, for instance, when we're back and healthy again, would any of you have an issue? Just for the purposes of getting RJ back on track. Um, just and helping RJ get back on track by having him face lesser opponents, not starters, but another team's second unit shooting guard. Would you have an issue with sliding RJ to the second unit just for the purposes of getting his confidence and his game back on track, and then moving, let's say, either Rivers or Burks up to the starting unit? So that way, RJ is facing players that may not be as good as he is because they're on the other team's second unit, whereas RJ was being utilized as a starter. Do you think that would help him get back on track and get his game back on track?
I don't know, man. I think RJ would be fine, man. RJ would be all right. It's not like these and
No,
Austin
I'm not
Rivers
bringing it up.
and those guys. They didn't just come in the league and set the league on fire either. They wasn't knocking out shots when they came. You know what I'm saying? So I would just say, just be patient with RJ. The Obi thing is a weird conundrum. It's like a weird question I can't answer yet. Yeah, and so if I think I might be with Rob the Nick on this one. I would say just give kids some time to figure out what they're gonna be.
I wouldn't mess with him on the bench only because sometimes when we're analyzing the game and we're trying to pin a bench player against a bench unit, sometimes it doesn't even work out that way when the game is actually played because of just substitutions. Coaches on the other end are also looking for advantages. So if what are we going to do? We're going to play RJ 20 minutes against another team's backup shooting guard because the other team's backup shooting guard is playing 20 minutes. So we want to make sure that he's going directly against them. It doesn't, I mean, you may get 10 minutes out of that matchup or 15 minutes, but with the flow of the game, the substitution patterns, it doesn't always work out exactly how we would design it pregame. So I would just say, I mean, two games ago, the game before this game, he had 26 and 11 or something like that. And we were saying, I think this is what we're going to see more or less. Not inconsistency, but with the shot inconsistency. I think he's playing good defense.
Right.
His attitude has not wavered. His body language, his demeanor, everything is there. It's 7 games, it's 8 games. I think you just stick with him.
And I have to second that. And for the simple reason, like they said, Donovan Mitchell, like I said earlier, he's shooting 38 from the field and 34% from 3. You think they talking about removing him from the starting lineup? No, they're gonna let him work through it.
Yeah.
And RJ, they put him in a situation as though he's gonna work through it. The only problem with RJ is this here. RJ has to get to his spots and score in his spots. That's all he has to learn, and that comes with time in the NBA to get to your spots no matter what. Don't stop nobody. RJ is all over the place right now. He's settling for a lot during the game, but then when the game gets on the line, then he goes to getting to his spots. He has to have that he has to keep pressure on the defense all day long and get to his spots. Wherever he feels comfortable shooting at, he has to have constant shots there. No matter what. If he doesn't get the shot off, it should be a foul. But he has to learn that. It's part of his growth. And we're willing to wait for that because he's a dog. He's going to figure that out. And that's why everybody likes RJ. He's going to do that. So what he's doing right now in his second year is fine. His free throws went up. That was our main concern from him last year. He's 78% from the field right now. That's great. So, he's making steps in the right direction. So, therefore, you work with him. And one thing about Tibbs, this is one thing about Tibbs that that Fizdale and Miller, they did not take what the newspaper said to remove a guy from the starting lineup because we wanted that fan to play. If Tibbs remove you from the starting lineup, you're going to be removed from the starting lineup. It's not like you're going to get removed and then you're going to come back 2 days later. That's why when Bullock and all them do the struggles, do Peyton's struggles, he kept them right there. Because when he does remove you, it's going to be a coach's move. You're not going to come back. You're going to have to earn it. And that player that's getting a chance, he's going to have his time there at that. And that's a whole different mindset than you have
Yeah, I
to
hear you.
every day. Like last year, 4 games we had Frank. The media put something in the papers. We removed Frank. We put Dennis J. Just on what the papers were saying. Thibodeau doesn't move like that.
Yeah,
He's
you got a point. You don't want it to make it look like a demotion. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's going to say, like, when he move you, he's going to be like, okay, well, look, 20 games down there, and I think that you need to, I'm going to bring you off the bench from now. And you're going to have to accept that because you did have a chance. It's already 8 games in. We thought that this person should move out. Let's move quickly in. He's stuck with Peyton. Now we're benefiting from what Peyton does just because of the mindset of the coach. We're going to give you, you're going to fail yourself. I'm not going to fail you. And he's giving, and everybody picked up their game. Even Bullock, we had him out the lineup. And he making key plays and everything, and the same thing with RJ. He's saying, okay, RJ, you're not going to play the 4th quarter. But you'll see RJ back starting on Friday because, okay, this is what works. And when he removes you, you're going to be really removed. And that's what I got to say about the coaching and what we're looking at now that was different than last year.
I didn't see the full game, but who did Tibbs replace RJ's with? Was it Rivers that
Tibbs barely played anybody.
And Peyton.
Rivers and Peyton. Okay.
Yeah.
I
wanted Mitch and Randall. That's who finished the game.
I speaking on RJ, there was an element. Chuck pointed that out today, and prior to today, about him struggling this game due to the rim protection of Rudy Gobert. I think when you look at the way the NBA is played, I think saying that with RJ is saying that with anyone. When you look at Donovan Mitchell, he went 8 for 23 today, right? Shot 2 for 10 from 3.
Mitch was a problem for him. And Mitchell is a much more explosive player than RJ, right? So you look at our end, a player like Julius Randle, 26 attempts, 5 threes. He only made 10 of 26. Why was that? In the first half, Rudy gave him problems. He kept them in the perimeter. Miles Turner tonight had 8 blocks. So what I mean by that is when you have elite shot blockers, it's not about Mitch being better than Rudy Gobert or not being on his level. It's just when you have that ability, guards just going to have trouble around the rim. Only the greats like a LeBron, a Kawhi, that tier of players, sometimes a shot blocker may not affect their game. But when you're looking at that second tier, Donovan Mitchells, the Zach LaVines, the Bradley Beals, these 6'3", 6'4" guards, whether they're strong or not, whether they're explosive or not, they're just going to have trouble around the basket. You know why they have trouble? It's their starting point. Now, if you take LeBron is not, when LeBron goes inside and you take like Kawhi, they operate inside the 3-point line. They already got pressure on the rim before they put down their first dribble. RJ has started his dribble out at the 3-point line, and he's going to learn that. When you want to get, that makes you, the closer you are inside, that put pressure for you to get the foul. RJ going to figure that out, and he's going to start getting the ball inside the 3-point line. 2 dribbles, you at the basket with your shot, and you at the basket with your body. So therefore, you'll be able to draw a foul more efficiently, and he's going to get to that point. But right now, he's a young player.
Right. So what I mean by that, when he has a night like tonight, I know it's hard to, but sometimes you just got to understand the game and just understand that it was just a tough matchup, and it's going to happen. The next game we play OKC, they don't have a shot blocker. He's going to eat.
No, he's not.
No, you can't just dismiss the fact that he doesn't have lift. When I watched the game, I also listened to the Utah Jazz radio broadcast along with it. Like the idea that RJ could just finish over anybody. Like he doesn't have the lift at the rim in particular where he's gonna just jump over like a Rudy Gobert or put it on somebody. Like he doesn't have that kind of game. Most of his game, I've said it, I know Chuck said it, he has a muscle game. When he got met at the rim, he is not overpowering the people that's in front of him. And he's going to have that as a problem whenever he goes up against teams that actually put muscle in front of him. I forgot who the defender is, but he's going to have a decent time against OKC, and it may be just as inefficient.
Dart. How you pronounce it?
Lou Dort. No, I don't think Dort is going to be the one that's going to guard him. It's somebody else. They got some other kid. His number 7.
Okay.
Talk about Shea Gilgeous-Alexander?
No,
it ain't gonna be him.
No,
it ain't gonna be him.
Not Shea. No, Shea is not that kind of defender. All in all, when it comes to RJ Barrett, like he's gonna have games like this when the matchup fits him.
You're probably talking about Basley, Darius Baisley.
Huh?
Darius Baisley?
Yeah, I believe that, like he has the kind of muscle that he could actually take some of that push that RJ gives. Because RJ gets away with a lot of pushes. I mean, he just does.
I can live with that as long as he develops a decent shot. I can live with some of his
Paul Pierce had a 19-year career without lift, but he was able to get to his spots. That's something RJ is going to have to learn right now. He's going to have to learn how to get to his spots and be able to convert when he get to his spots. Right now, he doesn't have that.
He gets there, but the problem is he can't finish. He's not the finisher.
No, he gets to the rim, but get into your spots where you can go in and pull up with the little 12-footer, this little step back. He doesn't have that yet, but he will develop that as time goes on.
But the majority of his points is at the rim.
Right now, yes, I agree. I agree
with you, Chuck. It's just like we got to give him time to build his mid-range up. Like he actually is adding a mid-range right now. He didn't have one last year at all. Heck, Elfrid Payton doesn't have a 3, and he's just shooting from the mid-range right now. Like, and that's actually starting to work for him. That one dribble thing, the one thing Rob just kind of like chiming in from I guess like an analytical standpoint. It's hard for RJ to catch the ball in the mid-range, or if you go pinch post, if you like look at it, it's hard for RJ to catch it that way because you have Randall who occupies that space. So sometimes like it'll clog the lane up if you just make RJ step in to inside the 3-point line. So for him to actually succeed like that, you may have to it may have to be like a staggered lineup where when Randall leaves the court, RJ has to catch the ball inside the 3.
Goose and I were on last night, like around this hour, and we were discussing the floor. So I guess for you, Chuck and Rob, you can give your takes on RJ Barrett. Where do you see him as he enters his prime? Is there a player around the league that you have as a floor for him, or a ceiling that you think, okay, you think that, I said last night, obviously the athleticism doesn't compare, but I was saying someone like Jaylen Brown, this is his 4th year. And, part of the discussion in Boston was him not getting a jump shot. And this year he has started to develop that. On his 4th year, he has started to develop a respectable shot from the 3, a solid shot from the mid-range. Obviously, he doesn't jump like Jaylen. I think Goose said, you said Dwayne Wade? Was it Dwayne Wade you said? I think you're on mute.
You're on mute, man. You're on mute.
My bad. Yeah, no, I didn't. The chat came up with Dwayne Wade, and I think I settled with it after some afterthought. After putting some thought into it, I thought the chat was right, and I thought into his prime he could be a Dwayne Wade type of player, because I don't think Dwayne Wade had much lift. He didn't play with a lot of lift either.
No, Bert.
Wait,
No,
what?
he did. He did play with it.
No,
I'll
okay.
No
Well,
way.
yeah, to
Yeah.
check
go.
him up with Dwayne Wade, and I went with that.
I'll go Jalen Rose.
That's who I said a long time ago. I said a hybrid Jalen Rose, 2.0 Jalen Rose. And that's but going like deep into his career, if he get it the I would have to say he's more on the line to me with he can be that and at the top end, Paul Pierce.
Then if you say Paul Pierce, then he can be. You're saying he could be a second option on a championship caliber
Yeah, at the
team.
top end, like 10 years from 5 to 7 years in, I can see him like a Paul Pierce. The floor is Jalen Rose. The top end is Paul Pierce. I agree with that 100%.
I thought Jalen Rose and Jalen Brown, like those two was my comp. And just like you said, I don't think it's comparable in athleticism with Jalen Brown. Yes, Jalen Rose, but when it comes to Jalen Brown, the way he could be used is not like someone that will always be the go-to guy. He doesn't have to be that way. But yet still, when you look at his numbers, like Jalen Brown right now is putting up Paul George numbers.
And Jalen,
huh?
No, go ahead.
And it's just like they were supposed to trade for Paul George, sorry, at one point in time, but they drafted him, and it worked out in that way. But can they win a championship with him? That's the thing. And then also too, you gotta ask, what are you gonna put around him to amplify what he does best? To me, Randall, you can't get rid of Randall right now because he is that off-ball creator that could pass to him and attract attention and also draw the big out to help him. So, Randall is doing everything that RJ needs.
Yeah, I think Paul Pierce is. I think we will all sign up for that. Paul Pierce was there was a point in his career he was a deadly shooter from anywhere, clutch. I mean, and even with Jalen Brown, even today as he's made this big jump this year, his ball handling is still questionable. The problem, the thing is that he's improved in other areas so much that it's kind of nullifying that weakness. And I think that's something that RJ will always have trouble with, no matter how much he continues to improve. I think the ball handling may be the skill that would take the most to develop, because there's some guys you see Knox with that. You see a lot of guys that just if you're not a ball handler, sometimes it's just hard to develop that skill. You can tighten it up, but it's just hard to be elite.
Not a bad ball handler. He's really not a bad ball handler. He make bad decisions, but he's not a bad ball handler. When he decides, it's sometimes like when he needs to pull up, he'll still go in. He just has to figure. He has to figure out things from that position, and because he's really raw right there. He can get the ball up court. He can beat his man off the dribble, but going into other defenders, his decision making right then and there, that's when it gets bad. And he has to figure that out. Even if it's passing the ball back out, resetting up and getting the ball again. That getting the ball in the post with the wrap, he's not doing that yet, and that would be something that he will be, and that's an easy move for him. But it's not in his repertoire yet. I think it'll get there, but right now, he's real raw.
Nick, what did you think about the Obi pick?
Here we go.
See, okay, I'm more of a draft person. You gotta understand that, to me, I hear all your points because I've been listening.
Okay.
Over the last 2 days. And when you were going back to the argument, Randall is the best player, and then you said we drafted our best player spot. At one point in time, we didn't want Randall, right? And it wasn't beyond the pale of, and I've said this all summer long, fix Randall, trade Randall. That was my goal. but he's playing so well now and also bought in quicker to me. That's one of the things where I felt like we were going to lose games. I was talking about lottery team because of two people. Randall may not buy in, and then also too, Elfrid Payton is just absolute trash. I'm still annoyed at Elfrid Payton. But they're playing well. And the fact of the matter is you have a high quality backup to Randall now. Like it's not on Obi Toppin to, okay, let's say Obi Toppin takes 3 years like some of the other guys, and then he starts to show signs of life in his third season. Randall is buying you time for Obi Toppin to take over. And like right now off the bench, like just everyone wants to make him a post player because that's what he did in college. And I'm like, if he could hit a three, whether it's 1, 2, or 3 threes, which, you know, his first game, he hit 3 threes. And people are like, throw him in the post. I want to see him in the post. I'm like, well, right now, look at his legs. Sim done a whole video on that kid's legs. He can't post people up right now. He has to work on that. He skipped leg day, obviously, for years. But when you look at his upper body is developed. Look at his post game. He has post moves. It's just that he doesn't have the power in his legs to actually push people off their spots and be effective. He could pass. He has everything that you need in the post. But right now, what will work for him and it will be easy for him, at least at the beginning of the season, is he can hit a jump shot. I heard Kevin do this. I heard everyone wants to like force players into something that they're not right now. And we have to give them, and this is where Rob is always correct on, give them time to add things to their bag. Like Kobe Bryant added at least minimum 1 move every summer. We gotta wait till the summer till he knows, okay, this didn't work for me, so I need to work on this specific thing so that I could be better at it. And then next year I'll add something else. And when the league adjusts to you, add something else or learn a counter move to the counter move. And then you start, as you go along in your career, you add counter moves to your counter moves to the counter moves. And it becomes chess, not checkers. Because one thing that Knicks fans have a problem with is we want things now, and we cannot at least have foresight 4, 5, 10 years from now. Like, this kid will be good 4 years from now, because then he'll be Randall's age.
Okay, so
I agree.
All right, so the counter is being. I don't know if you heard the last hour before you came on.
No, I didn't.
Okay, or the last 30 minutes. But my point was, we had 2 or 3 legit starters in Mitch, if you want to use him, Randall and RJ. So whatever position you want to put RJ at, small forward or shooting guard. But so in a rebuilding team that has 2 spots left to fill, do you use a draft pick to add depth when you missing 2 starters somewhere?
So for me, you're right. I agree with you totally. You do not do that. To me, you would have drafted for need. Like, point guard would have been a bigger need to me. We could have. I said this all summer long. Like, people were looking at Halliburton, and I was like, well, this kid may go in the lab and add a drive-in game and improve. Halliburton's playing very well right now. He's a CAA client. But guess what? CAA, the guy who's in charge of CAA said, I didn't want Halliburton. I want Obi Toppin. And we got to respect that from the standpoint of the one thing that I want people to know, and I will always repeat these words. Leon Rose, Worldwide West, they came from CAA. They have more intel on draft picks than anyone else right now in the draft, because for whatever reason, World Wide West just flat out knows people. So we got to respect that. We don't know how things are going to turn out on everyone, and we have to like give them time. So like I do believe that Obi Toppin, we drafted him. Probably to me, what I saw was we drafted him because it was the best player available, just like Philly did when they had Nolens Noel, Jaleel Okafor, and also Embiid. I mean, I'm sorry. What was Embiid? So they had three bigs.
It was Noel, Embiid, and then Okafor.
Yeah, well, I mean, they had all three, right? They had all of them. And guess what?
They had already traded the other one,
and
Tree Man, the one we got.
And then don't forget they had Cork Moss, they had a bunch of power forwards, and they traded them. It's not beyond the pale for us to trade OB2. Like, just being honest with you, we all want the team to be better, playoff team, and also to just be good, period, and to continue what we're seeing. So we could trade them. I mean, oh well.
All right, my last question. How do you define the best player available if we don't know what they are yet?
Okay, that's because that's their assessment. Are you going by your assessment of not the of best player or not the best player, or are you going by their assessment? They saw what they saw and made their decision based on what they believe is the best player available.
Obi was the best player available because he was mocked and ranked and all that stuff. A top 6 pick. Not many people saw him get past Cleveland. I think that's how they do it. They base it on rankings and then so if someone is ranked top 3 and then you have the 5th or 6th pick, well, here's the best player available because he's still on the board and I think it's all based on rankings and college assessments.
No, hold on. Before you go, Chuck, I just want to put this out there. That's not the way. And if you go to Locked On Utah Jazz or Locked On NBA, Walt Perrin, the way he drafted guys was specifically them passing certain tests. So it's a shooting drill, it's an endurance drill. They have their measurements, and he ranks guys based on the workouts that he does. It is not the same as not every team goes by like national ranking and mocks. Like the mocks are actually done based on media talking to teams and finding out their ranking and then ranking them based on averages. That's a mock. The real thing for them is they have their assessments based on workouts as well as interviews, et cetera, et cetera. Walt Perrin, he specifically has this legendary shooting drill that if you could pass that, he wants you.
Okay. So what I was going to say was, so how was it fair? Not fair ain't the right word, but you'll fix it for me. To compare a 22-year-old to an 18-year-old and say he's the best player available. Like but you don't see that what that 18-year-old is at 22. See what I'm saying? So it's like an uneven.
You talking about potential. An 18-year-old got potential. A 22-year-old is more seasoned. They was looking like the more seasoned player due to their drills, due to what they put them through. They put through some 18-year-olds through the same drill. They felt as though this was the best player that they wanted. They did he wasn't the only one on the New York Knicks draft board because Obi was supposed to go 5. They had somebody else that they would have took. They would have probably took the same guy that Cleveland took. He was on the Knicks draft board.
Okay, so
he was on the draft board.
All right, so using that logic, you comparing Obi who's 22 playing against 18 and 19-year-olds. versus the other guys that's playing the 18, playing the same age.
Yeah, but I'm
You know
still
what I'm saying?
putting in. We drafted people on potential at one time too. This one we didn't take on potential. We drafted him on need. We thought that we needed him, and we liked what we saw when we gave him when we put him through the drills.
Yeah, I think Randall has made this whole thing difficult.
No,
You know,
it gives you other options that you didn't have. Because, like he said, if Obi doesn't work out to the way that we wanted him, he can always be traded. You know, it's like that.
I'm cool with that as long and that's my point. As long as Knicks fans concede that this could happen because of Randall playing so well and he's still being so young, we can go into a situation where
Check out this scenario. Just suppose Randall keeps on doing what he's doing, right? And then at the end of the contract, just say for giggles, that Obi is giving you 17 and 17 and 9. And Randall is still doing what he's doing at the end of his second contract. Now he's 32 years old. Now he wants the third contract, but you still got Obi coming up on his. The Knicks have a decision to make. Do I give him another contract from 32 to 36, or I let him go and then now Obi is the new guy?
I don't think Obi would wait that long.
Obi doesn't have a choice. He had 4 years.
Exactly.
He doesn't have a choice.
Who cares what he like?
That's what I'm saying. That's where the Knicks is holding the power.
Exactly. We have never.
I'm saying we can say that. We can say that, but it's a business. At the end of the day, he understands. Obi also understands he doesn't have a long career ahead of him because of his age. So he's going to want to maximize the money.
I know, but this is what you're not listening to. He's under contract for 4 years. Nothing he can do about it. So it's just like we got Mitch now.
Well, he can. He actually can.
What can he do?
Because hear me out. Randall has a team option, right? So if this year turns out where he's only getting 12 minutes, tops 15 minutes because of Tibbs' rotation, right? And Randall is killing it. Knicks pick up the option. At the end of next year, if Randall is still killing it and we're talking about, you know what, the Knicks are actually thinking about extending Randall. At that point, his agent behind closed doors could go up to them and say, you know, what is your plans for the future? If you're going to keep Randall, what are you thinking about doing with my client? And then from there, things could turn.
No, because look, number one, if he's only getting the 12 minutes, there's no production for him to even have that conversation. It's up to me to say, well, we're going to ride out the contract and we're going to wait and see. You as his agent can't push anything. Only superstars can push in that level. And right then and there, he's not that.
You're right. I'm looking at it from a business perspective. Yes, that would be the Knicks argument. But the agent argument would be, well, yes, because he's not getting the opportunity.
Okay, so now what would you do as his agent?
As his agent?
Yeah,
I mean, if it all depends on what OB wants to do. If the agent is looking for the best interest, because the agent doesn't give a damn about team basketball, they don't care.
No, but see, what you're missing, JD, is he's under contract. It's nothing he can do at all.
But what I'm saying is right. What I'm saying is, you're right in that sense. But what I'm saying is, from the OB's agent, he's under contract, right? But the Obi's agent also understands that if the Knicks are going to extend him, then Obi is going to go into his contract year still not having the same opportunity. If Obi's going to go into his contract year maxing out at 20 minutes a game, I don't think that that's something that his agent is going to recommend him to do.
But see, the fact is this here. His agent can't do anything until the contract is up. That's our decision. It's not nothing your agent can do.
He could respectfully request a trade behind
closed doors. And I'll say no.
Okay, let me throw this out there. Let's say, for instance, Obi's agent says, "Okay, I see where you guys are heading with this," and he basically keeps his mouth shut. Sooner or later, Randall will basically, his age will catch up to him. So let's say, you know, they extend him for 3-4 years, and he's 30, 31.
Mm-hmm.
And when eventually Obi, there's no mandate that Obi has to resign with the Knicks. once he's able to leave as an unrestricted free agent. And then and Obi's agent can keep that information to himself. He doesn't have to show his hand as what he's going to do with his client. And then
I'm telling you right now, I'm not
Randall,
willing to give up Randall at all right now. At all.
No, I'm not saying get rid of Randall now. I'm talking about 4 or 5 years down the road. A decision is going to have to be made. So you don't want to burn any bridges in Obi's camp either. You know what I mean? Because you want to keep him somewhat content if you're projecting him at some point to take over for Randall. You don't want to burn that bridge in order to keep Randall and play Randall and utilize him throughout his prime, but at the same time have a disgruntled backup that you're hoping to utilize as.
But Obi would have to show promise for us to even have that discussion.
But
and I think he will. I mean, all right. So let's change it up a little bit. We did the floor and ceiling thing with RJ. Can we do that with Obi, or is it too soon to play that game?
We can throw out what we think based on.
Yeah, of course.
But it's too
just
early.
For laughs. Yeah, just for laughs. Just say, if no one's going to hold you to that, but let's say from what you either hope or have seen. It could be completely wrong, but to see what we might be dealing with in the next 3 to 4 years, based on what Obi's abilities, what we see his abilities to do, and what we hope for him to grow into at the power forward position. If let's say he stays at that position, what do you see, at least as his floor? No one knows what his ceiling is going to be. So if you want to just stick with the floor.
I see his skill set to me, and this is just like at his ceiling. From what I've seen in college, because the pros haven't said anything, so I'm basing it on what I've seen in college. His skill set looked more like Amari's Stoudemire.
As a ceiling?
Yeah, I see a healthy Amari Stoudemire.
He would need a point guard to maximize that. Like he would need like a pure point guard to maximize that, to get to that.
Really?
Because that's, if you look at Amari's career,
we playing the game. We're not really just trying to analyze
anything
else.
Yeah, we don't want to dig too deep into it, but let's say if all things being equal, and let's say hopefully we do have a point guard. Hopefully by then we do have a point guard that can bring out the best in all our players. Let's hope. Fingers crossed.
I see, like I said, I see Amari. That's me. That's my personal. That's what I see.
Chuck, what do you think?
What was his name? The Knicks had him.
Amari?
No. Williams. Williams.
When was that? Last year?
Derek Williams?
Yeah.
Oh, Derek Williams.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, just side note, I had loved that it was like an elevator play or elevator fake where he would spin off the man and go back for the alley hoop with Derek Williams. I love that damn play, man. It was the only triangle play I ever loved. that team ran, man. God, I love that play. JB, what do you think, man? Where do you think you at? Anyone else want to go on what do y'all see his ceiling as?
It's hard.
Would it be fair for me to say that his ceiling might be Julius Randle?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh, why are you shaking your head, Chuck?
That's not happening. First of all,
you think that's too low? You think Chuck? You think that's too low or too high?
Way too high.
Hey, look. Hey, don't even play that game.
But everybody was talking about trading Julius Randle a year ago.
Not me.
Don't even go.
Well, okay, not you, but
why would you trade your best player? All right.
No, but that's but
why Nick can't go?
Hold up. Obi's never gonna have the base to be in Randall's.
Well, that's true. Yeah. But we're talking about after some development.
Debate. It was everybody pick a player. That's all.
That's true.
No, but they asked me why I shook my head. I'm telling you.
Okay, but look, Nick, you shouldn't even went there. Throw your person out there and be done with it.
I'm gonna say Aaron Gordon.
Aaron Gordon, that's pushing it.
Yeah, Rob just wants to keep the exaggeration going. All right, yay.
It doesn't matter who they said. You just said everybody got their own pick.
Yeah,
we're not going to judge the pick.
Okay.
I'm not judging the pick. It's just Aaron Gordon. Well,
who do you got, Nick?
I would say New York version of Amari Stoudemire in the beginning. That's where I will go.
Okay, so
not the Phoenix Suns version.
No.
That dude was different.
But remember, Amari came to New York, and soon after that, he was done because of the injuries.
Yeah, well, I mean, no injuries version of Stoudemire when he first came, that first season in particular. Like, I like that version. It was a lot of movement, a lot of passing.
On the low end, Derrick Jones Jr.
Okay. Derrick Jones.
He's on Portland now. He was on Miami Heat last year. He's just athletic as hell and he could dunk, but he's struggling with other parts of his game.
Okay, well, all right. Well,
that's interesting. Wow.
That's what the only one that's like everybody had that's expected. But next question.
We talking about Obi a game. He's not even playing, man.
I don't want to ask because some of the comparisons or the players that y'all chose weren't exactly power forwards. They like 3-4 players, like the small forward, power forward. Is that what y'all view Obi as? Like a small forward, power forward that could sometimes play power forward, or power forward that sometimes plays small forward? Because Aaron Gordon plays small forward.
He plays power forward.
Google it right now. It says small forward. For 4 years, he's played small forward. He's played small forward.
And Derrick Jones Jr. is a small forward too.
Yeah, and Derek Williams is a small forward. I'm just asking, and I'm not trying to cause an argument, but
yes, he's an undersized power forward. Yes.
Okay.
He's a power forward from the waist up.
No, I just think in terms of
Amari has small legs too. Amari has small legs too.
In terms of Aaron Gordon and Derrick Jones, if you guys see some of their games, it's like they're kind of interchangeable. Sometimes they play small forward, sometimes they play power forward. And those two players specifically throughout their careers have had trouble actually finding a niche at what position. I could potentially see that with Obi if he doesn't develop certain parts of his games. We can see a scenario where we're going to try him out at 3. It didn't work out. Let's try him back out at 4.
6'9". You talking about 6'7" players?
Yeah. I think Aaron Gordon is. I think they're both.
He might be 6'6".
Aaron Gordon is 6'9".
Yeah, Aaron Gordon is up there.
I tell you, that's what I said. Obi is Knox with hops.
What do you guys think about this OKC game? I think this is a tricky game. OKC is 3-1 on the road.
What
they
did
just
you
won
say yesterday. Now I ain't gonna even let you get that one off. What did you say yesterday?
Who, me?
Yeah.
About what?
Oh, if they get this game now, I can see us going.
Oh, you see?
You took us all the way to next week with wins.
No, but you see though, it's slowly materializing. Now we got OKC, but the only reason I say that is because I didn't notice that. I look at the game they won today, a tight game against the Pelicans, and then I'm like, oh snap, they're 3-1 on the road, and they just won this game. You know, this is their 5th game on the road. They're 3-1. I can see this as a trap game. This is what they call the quintessential trap game, I guess, when a team is expected to win. And I think that's what we're all going to go into. Everybody, I think, is going to go with this attitude of we should win that game. And maybe we would be overlooking them and thinking about Denver and Brooklyn next.
Why would we be thinking about them? With the seasons we've been having, why would we take? Why would we don't even have? What's the word I'm looking for? we don't have the cachet to even look like that. That's not that wouldn't even be an out. Like that's not even in the look past the team of New York Knicks.
Yeah.
We don't have the audacity to look past anybody.
I guess I was asking, what's your level of confidence in this game?
We gotta
Well-
play. We gotta play hard every game. Nothing is. Look, every team that we play is no team that we can honestly say that we're better than. You know, we haven't built up that cachet to be better than anybody. We have to play hard every game. We can't sleep on nobody. We don't. My thing is this here. The healthy we are, the better off we are. And right now, we're not healthy. We gotta play.
You know, it's safe to say that at this point we've been playing above our trajectory, and we need to like Rob said, we need to continue to play that way. One of the things, if the Jazz game showed me anything, is that being down by what was our largest deficit, 18 points.
Yep.
Yeah.
We were able to grind it out and come back from that, and I think we outscored the Jazz 12. I think our biggest run was a 12-0 run to come back and beat them. So as far as how we're coached, as far as how our players have bought into the system, yes, like Bob says, I would love to be healthier than we are, but as long as we continue to have this gritty, grinded out type of attitude towards our opponents, I think on any given day we can beat a team like OKC.
Exactly.
So, and I think at this point you can't take your foot off the gas. You have to continue to grind it out, hustle, and like I said, what this Jazz game showed me is that even an 18-point deficit is not bringing them. You know, it's not bringing them. It's not belittling them enough to stop them from fighting back.
That's back-to-back wins, where we were down double-digit deficits, which is crazy
Right.
against two teams expected to make the playoffs.
Yeah. So from what the Knicks have shown me so far is that they on any given day, you know, I'm leaving out the elite teams. You know what I mean? But at this point, OKC is not an elite team at this point, in my view.
Yeah, they
Charlotte
hungry
is
like
not
us.
an elite team.
They
You know,
all the teams hungry like
they
us.
they can be beaten. They can be beaten. And I have a question for the panel before we move on with this. If you look at the NBA and defensive minded teams versus non offensive minded teams, what is the ratio between teams we're going to be facing that are as into defense as we are versus teams that are just going to try to outscore you?
Well, leading up right now, I don't see. I think to me, the biggest game that we played right now on the defensive minded team right now that we played today
Indiana, right?
was Utah. I think Utah was the best defensive minded team that we played. And we
But
don't have another
doesn't
one.
Indiana pride themselves on defense as well?
Yeah,
I think it was the Sixers.
We didn't play them.
well,
We haven't played them yet.
Yeah,
we did. We lost them.
What do you mean we didn't?
But I
The
don't
76ers?
Yeah, they held us to 89 points.
Yeah. But I don't think they was the best defensive playing
Oh,
team.
that's right. You're right.
Before, I think tonight they gave up a ton of points to the Wizards, but before tonight, I think they were like a top 3 rated defense in the league.
Okay.
The one thing, Rob, with Philly is that they match up well with us. Like,
True.
You know, we talk about the strength against RJ. You're talking about a big man that could really mitigate what Mitchell Robinson does, or get him into foul trouble, and also could mitigate Randall. So Like that team matches up really well
But I think
against
that
us. But
winning,
we were still competitive for a half, though.
I think that
So
Philly, if we,
Oh, that's
I
right.
think Philly, like the way to beat them is like, it's like pretty much like, I looked at Philly, okay, that was a gauge, that was a test, but playing them again, that would show them that we would show what we're really about. I think that was like a test and we really didn't play to the level that we're playing now.
Yeah,
I
but
think if we play Philly tomorrow, it would be a totally different game than that first one.
yeah, but looking forward, looking forward to the teams we have for the next 5 teams that we're going up against. Defensively, where do you think we stack up against those teams?
I mean,
Well,
We're facing OKC, we're facing Charlotte, we're facing the Nets, and I'm not sure after that what the teams
then
are.
we have OKC at home, Denver at home, on the road versus Charlotte, home against the Nets, and then we go on a 2-game road trip at Cleveland and at Boston. That's 6 games, but
well, we going to Charlotte on Monday. We'll be in Charlotte.
yeah. So I mean, if you're looking at the next 6 games, I would say Denver.
Denver is struggling on defense ever since they lost Grant. I've been hearing that all on NBA TV.
Yeah, they have.
We may not play a great defensive team until we get to Boston. If you consider what you consider defense. I mean, I'm not looking at it based on rankings. I'm just thinking on my mind in terms of personnel. Brooklyn
Boston actually is a better matchup for us because their bigs are not playing that well. They're having to play a 2-big system, which is actually makes them have to play a little bit harder. Jason Tatum and Brown are working real hard to get wins. They have no Kemba Walker, so like there's avenues where we could beat Boston too.
I think Denver's gonna be a tough game, even if they struggle, just because of the Jokic matchup. He's just very savvy. He's smart, and I can see him getting Mitch in foul trouble just because of he flops a lot too. So
true.
And Embiid gave Mitch a lot of issues. These guys that are strong, Sabonis, etc. So I think based on that'll be tough.
When they went back at Indiana, they eliminated a lot of things that Indiana did to us the first time.
Yep, they made adjustments.
So we got a learning curve too. So I think that the best defensive team, but I don't know too much about OKC. I know they're young. So dealing with Charlotte and it might be the best defensive team that we might play coming down. It might be Charlotte. I might have to go with Charlotte.
I can't believe we might be 6-3. That's crazy.
Oh, Nick, I had to get on you. What we supposed to be? 0-8 right about now? That's
no. I never said 0-8.
You said
I
1
said
and
we were
7?
going to lose games. Huh?
You gave us 1 and 7, right? And 3 and 10. You did something.
No.
Oh, you
Rob,
was crazy with it now. Come on now. Tell the truth
don't
now.
Get me wrong. Rob, I said like 20-something wins and then I changed it to 27, which is the same win percentage as what we had last year. We're moving at a good pace. I can't deny it, but I didn't say that
we
bad.
Didn't have no talent. You said this, that. Oh, you was.
No.
I thought you was Chuck for a minute.
So you cannot deny the fact that no one wanted Randall, and then also two, no one could predict Randall buying into Tibbs' system. I never said 1 and 7 otherwise. Anyway, but at the same time, coming back to Elfrid Payton, I still feel like Elfrid Payton is going to cost us at least 20 games just because he is who he is. I can't.
This is the take on Payton now that we didn't have that with Payton last year. Payton now this year, this is what Payton is. He's not dribbling into the lane, beating defenders coming back out. Even though that shot that he's putting up that's him. That's his game. And we wasn't getting that. We was not getting that. He would drive, beat the defender, bring the ball back out if nobody wasn't cutting to the basket. Now he's putting up shots. So it's changing the game a little bit.
Yeah, I think
he's being effective.
I think the coaching staff is pushing him to take that shot when he gets there because if he doesn't take it, there's not much else he offers offensively
right.
as a threat to the defense. And
Well,
I
but
think
you know what? And I've said this like since the third game of preseason. There are many games where I look at the Knicks' shooting percentage, and if we just remove just Elfrid Payton's shots, we would be like 50%, sometimes high 40s.
But you
And the
know
guy
he's
is just like
50% right from the field in the last 5 games, right?
No. I understand that, but what I'm saying is like there's some games where if you just take away his jump shots alone and you just take him out of the game, well, actually, we could actually add that to Reggie Bullock too. Like you just take those two out, and we're a 50% shooting team or altogether, and they drag. Well, now it's more Reggie Bullock dragging the shooting percentages down than anything else. I'm look, I'm all about chemistry. Keep things as they are and keep doing what you're doing. I'm not going to complain with what I'm seeing.
You know, the one thing I do appreciate when I watch him play is he's playing hard, man, and he's showing that he cares. Even when he's making mistakes, if you look at the TV, he's like, you know, getting upset with himself. He's talking to himself. So I mean, as a Knicks fan, I at least appreciate that, and I think he's trying the best that he can. And sometimes you have players that just don't have the skill set, but at least he's trying his best, and I can at least appreciate that. And you're seeing some results from it. He's listening. I think it's just pure design. To me, the coaching staff they're the early MVP of everything we're seeing, because you know, like you said, nobody wanted Randall. If I told you guys that we would be 5-3 and we still don't even know what we have, like we don't even know all these injuries and this player's out and this player might play and like we just don't even know what's the final rotation yet. Our top draft pick has not even played. Like and even with all that, you look at the schedule, we've had some, and I know it's early, but I'm not buying those narratives. Like these guys we're playing, they're getting heavy minutes. So you can say, well, Utah's figuring it out and the Hawks are figuring it out and this and that and the fourth. Well, just look at the box scores. Their best players are playing heavy minutes. People are still trying to win, you know, and the last 2 wins were from behind without a full roster. So that those are early in the. So I don't want to playoffs. It's early, but man, it's hard if somebody tells me right now, Jonathan, we're making the playoffs. It's hard for me to say you're bugging or you're drinking the Kool-Aid. It's hard for me to say that right now because of the evidence that is in front of us.
Well, 2 of the teams we beat didn't have a full roster either.
That's true.
You know, so
who was that?
But you know what, Chuck? That's going to be how it's going to be all season. There are going to be some guys who's going to test corona positive or have exposures. There's going to be guys that's going to get injured. So like, and there's going to be family stuff. There's going to be all kinds of stuff that comes up. Like that's the kind of season we're going to be in.
Yeah, the Pacers and Hawks.
The Pacers. Who was out with the Pacers?
Warren.
He was there the first game, and then he was out the second.
Yeah, not the last one. Warren and Lamb was out.
But here's what I'm saying. Because of, I think, the talent disparity, even with Warren being out, would you bet money on the Knicks winning? You know what I mean? Like I feel like even as some of these teams have some players out, this on paper, I feel like they would still be expected to win. So even if we do beat them, it's still a valuable win to me. That's how I'm looking at it. Just personally.
No, but you're saying we don't have our full team. Well,
we got 5 people out at all times.
Yeah, but only one of them is good.
To you, that's your opinion.
Who, Chuck Burks? Chuck?
Burks, that's it. Who you counting? You counting Frank and DSJ?
No, this is what I think about the team. Everybody can bring some. Frank can bring defense. I don't know about DSJ.
They DNPs. Those are DNPs, man.
Oh, but look, I'm saying though, we got injured. We got what? Noel helps Mitch out as far as just a body there. We don't have that. He did play a couple of good games this year. Yeah, he did things. So, you know, but with you not having things like that, we just getting Rivers back. And Rivers didn't even play when we played when we beat Indiana. He didn't even play. So therefore, with our defense and everything, we looking kind of different. And I'm just saying, I'm not saying playoffs, but the defensive identity is there, and the scoring is coming along.
Rob, you know what's funny, Rob? I feel like we could be 11-3, and we'll be here on the show. Like, I'm not saying playoffs, but because it's so foreign.
Yo, y'all still rocking?
Yeah, it's so foreign to us that it's like
I know
even if
y'all
we have
still
a great
rocking,
record.
Man. Y'all want to just go about 20 more minutes?
Sure, I'm getting ready to break camp now to tell you the truth.
Hey, I don't mean to cut y'all off, but if I don't, man, y'all will rock to like 5 o'clock in the morning.
Nobody can make it that long.
Yeah. No.
Check this out real quick, man. Hey, somebody do the closing, like the official close at like 4:15, and then somebody else do the shout out, like tell them to subscribe to the channel and all that stuff, and then at 4:20, I'll just come with a hard cut. Y'all cool with that?
Yeah, I'm cool with it.
Okay, all right, I got the way then.
All right, yeah, I'm giving y'all the steering wheel. I'm getting ready to break camp. I gotta get up about 9 o'clock. But
oh man, Rob.
Peace to the chat.
Yeah.
You can handle it. You the last one on. You can close it out. I'll see y'all brothers later. All right, Chuck.
All right, Rob.
All right,
All right, Mom.
take care, Rob.
We don't beat the Hawks. We don't beat the Hawks if Rondo plays. That game turned all the way around when Young went to the bench. They didn't have a they backup point guard was terrible. And with Rondo, he would have stabilized that. And I'm not even mentioning Gallinari didn't play. And Snun and Boomer.
Listen,
yeah, I mean, you could have a point, but again, like a game like today against Utah, where you could see they came out.
No, the point guards was sloppy. Utah was sloppy. Conley was terrible.
Yeah, but remember, I think it was yesterday. Was it yesterday? And you were on the chat bugging, talking about lie 3, lie 6. Remember, I told you I felt the guy that had the matchup today because of his height advantage, his size was Peyton. I thought Conley was, me personally. I know a lot of people didn't see it that way, but when I was analyzing, the analysis on the court, I felt Conley personally was going to struggle today. But I know many people didn't see it that way.
Not that bad though.
But you know what? You know what, Chuck? I would never apologize for winning. It's still up to the Knicks to take advantages of the flaws other teams present to you. Okay, fine. So with Atlanta, Rondo didn't play, but it still was up to the Knicks to take advantage of that opportunity, and they did. The same thing with when T.J. Warren didn't play. It was still up to the Knicks to play through and take advantage of that opportunity, and they did. So, there's always going to be, especially with a season like this, there's always going to be an opportunity, and other teams are going to present you with a chance. But it's still going to be up to the Knicks to take advantage of those opportunities. And I can see the same thing with last season. There was tons of games where we lost by 5 points or less. There's tons of games last season or the season before where we had opportunities to pull out those wins and we didn't. So I like this. I'm glad that I see the grit and grind in our team this year, that we are taking advantage of the other teams' opportunities that they're giving us to grind out these wins, and that's the biggest difference.
I think their defense is going to continue to be continue to be underrated, because they're continuing to hold teams, however they're doing it, but they're continuing to hold teams under their respective averages. So it may get to a point where it's like we keep looking for reasons. This player didn't play well, that player didn't play well. It may get to a point where we're just gonna have to realize maybe it's because of the Knicks, maybe it's because of the Thibodeau's schemes, or Mitch's ability, to control the paint. Because look how we were struggling with Rudy Gobert. He was controlling controlling our offense just because we could not get to the paint, and when we did get to the paint, we were not finishing.
Conley was 3 for 14. That wasn't all defense.
Well, yeah, but also Rivers getting 14 points in the fourth quarter was a huge part of our win.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he was our offense on that fourth quarter. In that fourth quarter, he was our offense. He was maybe our sole offensive output contributor in the fourth quarter. So Rivers really was a big contributing factor in us pulling out that win. Because we really didn't take control of that game until the third quarter, when Peyton and Randall really brought us back, and then it was Rivers closed it out for us with his scoring.
Do any of you guys have a problem with Randall's? I have zero problem with Randall's turnovers right now. I looked at tonight, and so John Wall had 5 turnovers. Sabonis had 5 turnovers. Westbrook had 6. Embiid had 5. Trae Young had 7. Giannis had 5. Kawhi has 7. Levine had 6. These are from tonight's games. Some players that have the highest usage for their respective teams and their turnovers. So I just think that we just haven't seen a player like, in terms of to the caliber of Randall recently. And now that we are, he's playing all those minutes, and he's facilitating the offense, and everything's running to him. I mean, man, he's playing. If he plays 42 minutes and he has 5-6 turnovers, we're just gonna have to live with it. Because I think half of them are created by the defense, and half of them are just, him still having some of those, bonehead plays here and there. But I can live with that. I don't have any problems with his turnovers.
Well, in my view, my thinking is, I don't look at turnovers alone. I look at turnovers versus the points they turn into. Like, for instance, Utah had 7 turnovers. It turned into 14 points for us. So when you're looking at Randall's turnovers alone, or the Knicks turnovers as a whole, what are the resulting what's the points they result in? The Knicks are able to get stops on those turnovers, or are they allowing the opponents to run up the score on us? Like I said, Utah had 7 turnovers, and the Knicks turned that into 14 points in their favor.
Yeah, and I'm saying it because you still see Knicks fans out there like nitpicking, and then they're saying, "Well, he still had this many turnovers." I'm just like, bro, do you watch? But
he's handling the ball a lot.
LeBron has a lot of turnovers. Like, all these players that have so much usage in minutes, they just naturally are going to have 5 turnovers. And we, as Knicks fans, we just haven't seen somebody like him. We've had Amari. Amari was not Randall. We've had players, even Carmelo. Carmelo was a player that would get the ball at the block and just hold it. But, I mean, Randall's literally, dribbling, moving side to side, doing everything he can to facilitate the offense. I don't think we've had a player with this type of reliance on creating the offense recently than Randall. And so he's having high turnovers, but I just hope that everybody's, looking to see what the actual it's part of the game.
Yeah, my concern would be a team that turns the ball over a lot, and the opponent turns it into points, and that same team not shooting free throws. I mean, that's a recipe for disaster.
I don't see it that way, because a turnover is one less attempt for you. But in Randall's case, he's asked to do so much, and the fact that he has more assists than turnovers, I could turn a blind eye to it.
Okay, so it doesn't bother you, Chuck?
No.
Okay. Chuck, are you giving Randall? Are you extending him right now?
Oh yeah. Max
contract. He paused. And the only reason I say that is because we're not living in a time where these players are sitting down and actually evaluating based on value. It seems like anybody, if you're just the best player on that team, automatically you're like the max guy. Like, that's just not even a discussion in the table. Everybody's getting maxed out if they're considered the best player on the team. So if we get to that, then he would be getting. I guess that would be even a super max with us.
I'll see if he take 30.
I was actually thinking about. I'm sorry to interject, but I was thinking about something today. Does a player's participation in, let's say, like for instance, I know if a player wins an MVP or if uh, he's able to get what they call a supermax, right, or something like that. Seeing that Randall ever been voted into an All-Star game? And does that
No.
attribute into what type of salary you're eligible to get? The number of MVP, All-Star games or anything like that?
Yes, it does. But
Okay, so Randall hasn't been. Of course, he's not. He's never been an MVP, of course. But has he ever been chosen as to an All-Star?
no.
So if we're going to extend him, this is because he's playing All-Star caliber basketball right now.
Yep.
Most could say, and if you wait, and chances are, if you only take him, if you extend him, you opt in for his third year. There's a chance if he continues in this trajectory, he could be an All-Star next year too. Which now would dictate that he could command a higher salary versus if you extend him now before any of that even happens.
Well, but the one thing that you guys got to understand is we still have an option to pick him up on next year.
Yeah.
Signing him to a max would just be like a good favor. Like, you did well for us this year, so we're going to reward you because we see that you can do it next year, kind of thing.
I don't know if I would sign him to a max, though. I would see if he would take 25 for 4 years. Do you think he would do that?
Well,
you may have to offer that to him this off season, maybe.
Yeah.
Because if we let it play out and forget about it, he's gonna.
Oh
actually
yeah,
move.
yeah,
But the one thing you got to understand is like, okay, we have time and we could wait. If let's say someone is, which we've heard all the time, someone is available to be traded for, right? An all-star. And the Knicks have 2 draft picks, et cetera, and we could trade for another all-star. The Knicks may do it because we could seize that opportunity. It could be Harden. I'm just spitballing, right? It could be Bradley Beal. If we go ahead and sign or offer the max right now, it limits what we could do from a cap space standpoint. Now, of course, it doesn't really matter because Tibbs only plays like 7 guys or 8 guys. But at the same time, like, the one thing is like we have to like look at it from the standpoint of this front office. We've heard they are trying to be opportunistic, and we have like draft picks. We have freaking cap space. So like taking his option is actually better because I don't know who we could sign next offseason. But we could sign. I don't think I want Mike Conley right now, but we could sign Mike Conley. We could sign, heck, DeRozan to be on the bench. Like, pick your player.
I would prefer to extend him, but like JD said, if we only extend him for next season, it might just we might be up against some competition in his services after that. With other teams.
The NBA works wonders, man. It is true. You win, and a player's whole reputation and value. Look, Tyler Hero went on that run, and he got all this media hype, and all of a sudden, he's like the biggest piece ever. You know, we start winning, all of a sudden, it's going to be more about teams are going to be calling us to say, hey, you know when you guys wanted to trade Randall, you still want to trade him because now we want him. So I think that's where it's trending towards. So that's why then once if that happens, then we'll have a decision to make, and then that will have I believe will have a trickle down effect on Obi and his future.
But anyway, hey, Freezy wanted to end at 4:15. It's 4:13 right now. Y'all want to start putting in your last words right quick?
Yeah, I'm gonna head out. I just want to thank the panel, thank big up on the chat, and I'll let y'all close it out.
All right, man.
And I'll check y'all again soon. Y'all have a good night.
All
Good
right.
night, man.
Well, I predicted all losses so far, so I'm gonna predict a win on the next one on OKC.
There we go, Chuck.
Oh man, Chuck, you so sweet. You so sweet, Chuck.
Chuck, what you got it by, Chuck? Knicks by what?
9.
Knicks
Knicks
by
by
9.
9. Damn.
Who you giving the game ball to?
Oh, it's gonna be Randall.
And who's gonna have the worst game?
RJ.
Randall, game ball, RJ, worst game. I'm surprised you didn't say Knox.
Oh,
Well, Knox always have the same type terrible game.
exactly.
Yeah. You don't even count. Like
Oh man. Okay.
RJ is so defendable, man. It's this is how he's gonna be all year.
Yeah.
Tough defenders he gonna struggle against. Plus, when you notice when he go to the basket, he bring his shot from the side.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like
that.
yeah, and damn near from his stomach.
Yeah. He makes it blockable.
Yeah, and he make the degree of it harder. That's why his percentage around the rim is terrible. Yeah.
I guess my last thoughts was just I'll just thanking everyone, basically everyone in the chat, everyone that's supporting you guys. Everybody makes this thing possible. We live in a different era now where you don't have to turn to ESPN or FS1 or Undisputed or whatever to get contact. Like this situation has actually opened the lane for everyone to connect with each other and talk about sports. I usually sometimes when I go to work, I put my cell phone on and I'll just put one of the podcasts up on the car and I'll just connect it to the Bluetooth and I'll listen to you guys over some of these mainstream media outlets. So, just want to say thank you to you guys and just realize that when we are on the camera, everyone's watching and you don't know who's watching either. So continue to do what y'all do, man. Everyone brings their own value. Chuck, you bring a lot of value, man, because a lot of people, you one of those guys where you got the people that like you and then you got the people that tune in because they want to see what Chuck gonna do, what Chuck gonna say today. So I think you're very valuable. You're very important to this whole dynamic. So thank you.
Yeah, but don't inflate his head though.
I got a lot of haters, Nick. I got a lot of haters. I had a debate versus Rob today, and I won the debate, but all the voters gave it to Rob.
I was on that chat, Chuck. That round 2, they went ham on you in the chat.
Went ham, and I was just spitting facts. Who was round 2 about quickly?
Yeah.
Or Obi?
No. Night before?
No.
Earlier today.
Oh.
Earlier today. Yeah. I think it was about quickly, and then I think for the simple fact that you just said that against quickly, you know how Knicks fans are.
Exactly. Because it wasn't all positive. So someone heard some negative in there. It was like, oh no, me saying he's a combo guard is a negative instead of me saying he's a point guard.
But you know what? The one thing I heard you made that argument before. Like the one thing is, combo guards are more prevalent today in the NBA than in the past. And what team doesn't have a combo guard at this point?
Yeah.
So like, it's not a bad thing. It's just it is the truth.
It's kind of slowly dying out. I mean, you got Chris Paul and who else? Like Dame Lillard is not a pure point guard.
No, nobody's a pure point guard.
Yeah, but it's just using the word not.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm saying not something. They like, whoa, what? No.
What? He's not that. No. You're not watching.
Yeah.
And then then it sounds worse when you say, well, pure point guards don't average 1 assist. What?
Yeah.
Because they got pissed off when Chuck threw that stat at them.
Yep.
But I just wanted to end it off with Thanks to Freezy. Thanks to everybody on here. When we had started off in the summertime, man, dude, it wasn't like this. I can tell you that much. And to see where Freezy's grown this thing to, man, it's amazing. And shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat. And like, I still say we need a point guard, but at the same time,
Me too.
I'm glad with what we're getting. I'm glad with the way Randall is playing. And like I'm just riding the wave. Like I said one time before, I don't care if we win, lose, or anything like that. Like I just want to see development. I'm gonna sit back, eat my popcorn, and watch every game. I don't care. We could be losing every game right now, but if I'm seeing development and growth out these guys, I'll take it. Forget forget what we saw in the past. I saw David Fisdale laugh when we were down 40 and happy, but yet still Thibodeau is angry when we're down 2. Like it's such a switch, and I thought that it's going to take a long time for these guys to learn how to win, but they're doing it, and it's the Frankers are pissed, the Knoxers are pissed because the guys who lack the talent to be on the court are not getting playing time. But this is really what I wanted. I wanted at all times 3 guys that could dribble, pass, shoot. Give me that every time. But shout out to the team. We're doing it, man.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess I'll end it with this comment from the chat. Sima Singh, apologize if I mispronounced the username. Says we have fans complaining about why Quickly didn't play instead of being happy that we won the game. Shaking my head. I think that's actually an interesting point moving forward because as Knicks fans, we love that they're winning, but you know how we are here. We also want them to win with some of the homegrown talent. And so it'll be interesting to see, how the Knicks fan base feels about potentially us winning games and, Obi playing 10 minutes. And, you're going to have nights like this where Quickly may not see some time. So hit the subscribe button, Knicks at Night podcast. Hit that like button, support. And you guys have a good night. See you guys tomorrow.
Peace.
All right, peace. Hey, Freezy, you there? All right, y'all.